Then she said, yes, one of our employees did become a friend with Drexler. We know one undercover employee was a friend with Drexler. They did have an alias account that was created, but it was created way before he friend requested Drexler. It was already an existing account. Then she was asked if she was involved in making the account or how much she knew about that, and it wasn't. We went back into the courtroom. I guess we should give a few minutes for people to get in here. So we know Leventhal motioned for a mistrial at the end of the day yesterday. They went back in. The government responds to Leventhal's motion. The government clearly intended, with guns, stopping federal agents. She is basically saying that what these guys did is as bad as what McVeigh did. Even though McVeigh, there was over 100 people killed, or a lot of people killed, and no violence on the 12th at the wash. Now, Leventhal gets up and argues, well, it's not the fact that you read the post. McVeigh was in the post, but you misrepresented it, and you went and you elicited more testimony from Sarah Draper about what McVeigh was, what he did. And Nadia Ahmed gets up and says, explaining the admitted exhibit is allowed in court. Basically, they go back and forth. Marchese says that what Mr. Parker said 18 months after the fact didn't have anything to do with 18 months before. And if you look at the indictment, it has nothing to do with 3% of Idaho, Sugar Pine Mine, or White Hope Mine. The judge. The government has to pick and choose what the government decides to prosecute or not. So they're saying that Sugar Pine Mine and White Hope Mine is part of the conspiracy, but the government has picked and chose not to actually prosecute for that. And then they said something about a 403 balancing test. I'm not sure what that is. And the judge says, no, this is not a 404B. I'm not even sure what that is either. We're going to have to do some research on that. I think Leventhal gets back up. If the government wants to talk mindset, but yet the defense isn't allowed to talk mindset. The defense has lots of things to bring in that go to mindset. And here the government is saying that they're reading the Facebook post and they're going to try to prove mindset even though the defense can't talk about it at all. And the government prevents that. Then we go back into cross-examination of Sarah Draper. Marchese says the video link, they bring up the Facebook posts. They bring up the Facebook post. Does anyone know anybody in the Nevada militia that Eric posted? The fact that it had no responses. This is what they're trying to do here. If you share a news article, if you post something, it doesn't even matter if anyone responds to it. It's going to be used against you to prove a conspiracy. Even, Leventhal gets up and he says, look at the posts that are being shared from Drexler. One's from MSNBC. One's from Reuters. Like, these are mainstream media. And he is just sharing a post from mainstream media, and they read the summary of that post, which is the first couple lines of that post, and they're using what that media wrote as evidence against these guys. They're using what Reuters wrote against these guys in court. Then Leventhal gets into Scott Drexler's Facebook page. He said, you personally got on Mr. Drexler's Facebook page and took some screenshots of public posts because their Facebook warrant only went from July back to March of 2014. And you testified that other agents took these screenshots and then would get them to you. And then she kept saying employees, not agents. So employees, not agents, through the entire line of questioning. So that really brings something up. Is a paid informant considered an employee? I'm guessing if the government's footing the bill and they are being paid for information, it would make sense. Then he was asked, were you aware if anyone was arrested in Oregon? The judge immediately calls a sidebar. They all go back. We've had lots of sidebars. The sidebars today were extremely long. We're all sitting there, and I think the jury's seeing this. They're seeing something's going on. He has to come back. That's sustained, and he asks another question. Were you aware if Mr. Drexler pointed a gun at anyone? Were you aware if Mr. Drexler demanded anything from anyone in Oregon? Do you know even how long he was in Oregon? Have you ever had any dealings with the 3% of Idaho? That was objected to. They don't want to get anything out in this line of questioning. After 2012, have you ever had any dealings with anyone in the 3% of Idaho? Another objection and a sidebar. Did you? He was able to come back and ask this question. Did you in your law enforcement capacity have any dealings with the Idaho 3%? That was also objected to, and he still can't get this information out. She was the lead on the investigation into Drexler, Parker, and Stewart. How many employees? They had 5 or 6 different employees working on this. Then they were talking about how does Eric Parker's post end up on Scott Drexler's page with a tag? She tries to say that you have to approve every tag. I know that you can put that setting on your Facebook, but she's trying to make it seem like, you don't have to put that setting on your Facebook. And he brings up the fact that only Steven Stewart and Eric Parker even messaged to that. So what we have here is we have a Facebook post that's being brought against Eric Parker. We have the same Facebook post that's being brought then again against Steven Stewart and Scott Drexler. This is where all the accumulative evidence. They're bringing the same thing in 2 or 3 days later, which is the exact same thing we've already seen. She did say that another employee had pulled that off of the internet. And that employee in the screenshot shows that he has 4 mutual friends with Scott Drexler. So whatever government employee or informant took that screenshot of his Facebook had 4 mutual friends. I'm guessing that Eric Parker's one of those mutual friends. Steven Stewart's one of those mutual friends. That leaves 2 other people. Then he brought up a question asking if your employees are able to communicate with them online. She keeps saying no, that's not possible, it's for watching only. They bring up a post where a gentleman says be careful on the bridge, they can be choke points. And he responds to it in a certain way, and Leventhal says, like, see, here you can have your friends trying to coerce you into saying something. The government's redirect, it asked her if she, to her knowledge, if she knew of any of these government employees working undercover, coerced any information from the defendants. And that was not to her knowledge. Then we go to the jury questions. Okay, so we had some really good jury questions today. One was asking about their sources, if they're taking anything other than Facebook. I think they're saying, like, all of your evidence here is Facebook, so you don't have anything else. Another question was if your team was looking at Eric, Steve, and Scott before the 12th. No, they weren't. They asked what day they started their investigation on these guys, and she could not answer that. Then they were asked about the posts, if they were visible to friends only, or anyone who looked at the page, talking about the screenshots. They're picking up on what Leventhal's saying. Another question. Draper testified that on Facebook was pulled by publicly viewable content. Would becoming friends with that person make a post publicly viewable content? She then has to go back and say, she has to change her previous testimony that a friend of a person would not make the post publicly viewable, and that some of the evidence that was entered today was not publicly viewable, and there was no search warrant. There was an informant that was taking, or an informant, a government paid employee that was friends with these gentlemen on their Facebook, taking screenshots and giving them to the government. Of course, these screenshots are, there's nothing in these screenshots that is even worth anything. Another jury question: would the pic attached to the Facebook post be visible in the Facebook warrant return? Because here we have a bunch of gray screens. They can't even see the post, and all they're seeing is the text that these guys are writing. In order for a friend to be on Facebook, does that action have to be approved by both parties? This is a huge question, and we'll get into it in the redirect. Another question is, if you were given training to look at Facebook returns or deal with Facebook returns, she says only working by experience. Next one talked about subpoenas and search warrants and the dates on all of that, a period and time frame. So they're really getting into this. They're really understanding that something's being set up here. Then, by some of her questions, you have a method of determining who posted what post, such as a friend, wife, or husband. So this is coming from the jury saying even a Facebook post could be posted by someone else. You know, there's many couples that have a joint Facebook account. I believe it has been brought up that maybe Cheyenne was posting for Ricky Wall on the day of. So she could say no, that you could give out your username and password and anyone could post for you. Another one was on an exhibit, if Mr. Parker wrote the comment at the bottom of the post. And no, that was a shared post once again, and that comment wasn't written by him. So here we have people who are intelligent and they're picking up on these things. Another question, 115, was a question about the scope and would not be addressed in the legal instruction. Now this jury question had to do with the fact if these guys are being charged with crimes with Sugar Pine Mine, White Hope Mine. And when the government and everyone was talking about this, before the jury was brought in, because they always have a sidebar after the jury questions and they discuss what they're going to ask and what they're not going to ask and how they're going to change things. I believe this jury question was asking why they're bringing this irrelevant information in. So when they're arguing this in court, they had let the jury go to lunch and everyone else is sitting there. When they're arguing this in court, the argument is that Sugar Pine Mine and White Hope Mine are furtherance of the conspiracy. And Leventhal and Marchese are arguing that nowhere in the indictment does it say anything about Sugar Pine or White Hope Mine. That the indictment has to deal with cattle, Clive and Bundy, and extorting federal officers from executing a court order in Nevada. It has nothing to do with Sugar Pine Mine or White Hope Mine. The judge herself is talking here. She says, you know, it is included. Leventhal at one point says, show me where the testimony in the grand jury testimony has anything to do with this. Show me where it has anything to do with many of the other people. Well, she says, well, some of the other people like Skylar Barbeau and Blaine Cooper also went to some of the mines. Both of those names were brought up a lot of times in court today. Then that same person asked a different part of question, what criteria do you use for a post to be considered relevant enough to be viewed by you versus from one of your paid employees? And she took a long time answering this. She did really bad in cross-examination. She did really bad in the jury questions. She got up there like, I don't know anything about Facebook, very confused. It didn't go well. Another jury question. Did your agents deliberately engage in conversation to get the defendants to incriminate themselves? She says no. Another question about UTC. Before Leventhal asked, before they get to question 118, he'd like a sidebar. They go to the sidebar, and you know, I'm not really sure because the sidebar's done out of our ears, so I'm not really sure, but I don't know if they decided to not ask a question or ask a question. The next question was about metadata and the investigation. She doesn't really know. Another question was about the guidelines for making redactions on the post. This is one the judge is going to answer. Any redactions that the parties do not agree upon, I make that decision. Once again, these jurors are saying something's not right here. Why do you have all these posts with redactions? Why are all these sidebars? What is your undercover informants doing? Leventhal then gets into his questioning about accepting a friend request. And that if your government employees are not coercing people into conversation, are they not coercing people into a Facebook friendship by making their account look like someone that that person would be friends with? Especially someone like Scott Drexler, who isn't on Facebook very often, and doesn't use Facebook very much. For him to just approve some weird random person, not very likely. There's lots of objections, and I believe a sidebar around this time as well. And then he comes back. In order to ask someone to be a friend, you have to have a Facebook account. And those agents would make their own accounts. And if that person made their own account and you're not with them all the time, how do you know they're not coercing things? And that they would be created so that a person like Drexler would approve them. Then she said, yes, one of our employees did become a friend with Drexler. We know one undercover employee was a friend with Drexler. They did have an alias account that was created, but it was created way before he friend requested Drexler. It was already an existing account. Then she was asked if she was involved in making the account or how much she knew about that, and it wasn't. Another question was, you were asked if you saw a post about Eric ever saying that he was going to shoot law enforcement officers. And her answer was no, but her answer was like a roundabout, I don't recall anything like that. So Marchese gets up and says, well, if you had seen something like that, that would have been relevant enough to put in your report, to bring here in the courtroom. Because obviously, and when they asked that question when the jury wasn't around, I believe the snickering remark from the prosecution, you mean other than by any means? Because if you say by any means, even though in the last trial, we know when he said by any means, he said he was going to go down there and camp out until they release them. Then they call back up Special Agent Joel Willis. This is the FBI agent that just yesterday in the courtroom was doing this in front of the jury. Or fist bumping out like there, and the other lady's doing this in front of the jury. He is able to sit behind the prosecution on the other side of the bar. We are on the opposite side of the bar through the entire trial, and now he is testifying twice. He is going to bring in his timeline. His timeline is all the evidence that we've already seen, re-screenshotted, and had little yellow boxes with people's names and arrows pointing to each person. So he's identifying the people, and if you've seen some of these pictures, they're from very far away. One of them's a truck driving by, and they say Stephen Stewart and Scott Drexler in the back of that truck, and you can barely even see. So what they're doing here is they're trying to erase the reasonable doubt by putting these little boxes with the names on it. There's 88 exhibits in this slide. And then there's a sidebar. This sidebar lasts 25 minutes. And she comes back and says it will be entered in its entirety. So once again, everything that the prosecution wants gets in. Everything the defense is arguing, no. They then go through all of the evidence that we have all already previously seen, and they put it into a slideshow with times added to it, times that he's making up, or supposed times, so that he can have this big giant timeline. In the timeline, he is bringing in Ryan Payne, Ryan Bundy, Dave Bundy, Cliven Bundy, even other individuals. And they're going through this. We only got through 26 different exhibits of the 88. This is a cumulative evidence. All of this evidence, every piece of evidence that's entered, goes back to the jury room for deliberation. And so what they're trying to do here is give them so many of the exact same pictures, an accumulation of evidence, for them to go back into the jury room, and they're find him guilty because there's so many of the same picture. They must have done it. Hopefully, they will get out of this. He does start his testimony with bringing in Todd Ingles' Facebook and Todd Ingles' Facebook return. Now, he's not the FBI agent that brought in Todd Engel's Facebook return last time. Apparently, the rules of evidence have gone out the window, and they're just going to bring whoever in so that person can say what they want them to say. With them bringing Todd Engel and his stuff in, they're basically trying to use the fact that Todd Engel was found guilty against these guys. And they're not even going through, they're using the posts. Let's read them off. His Facebook post. Sheriff is given 1 hour to disarm the BLM. Another one. Headed out to block the freeway and take the cows back. They're taking these Facebook posts and putting them in the timeline. So at what time Todd Engel posts something? At what time Eric Parker posts something? And this made me think. I've got a lot of questions here. This leads me to believe that they needed to find this tier guilty before they went into the Bundy trial. And it wasn't because that the gun crimes would be easier to get a guilty conviction for. And why do I think that? Well, let's see. Cliven, Brian and Ammond and Pete Santilli, I'm pretty sure they weren't armed when they went down there. I know Pete wasn't, and I'm pretty sure Cliven never even went down to the area. So, ask yourself, how can they charge all of these Tier 1 guys with 3 different 924C charges that hold a mandatory minimum of 57 years if they cannot get the gun convictions? If they have to get these gun convictions to hold the 924Cs against these other guys. I know, how do you charge someone that doesn't even have a weapon on them, like Pete Santilli, with 3 different 924C charges? How is that possible? Well, they try to say that they're doing that because he made a video, and some of his videos are the reason that some of these people went, even though it was Ryan Payne's video that was calling for the militia. And so how do you charge these people that didn't have weapons on them with 3 different 924C charges that hold a 57-year mandatory minimum? This is what's going on here, people. It's so important what's going on in the courtroom. Now we have our entire Constitution. It's not just the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. Our entire Constitution, our entire American foundation is on trial in this courtroom. Militia, it is illegal to be in a militia in multiple states. Does anyone know if that is true? What they are doing here is so unlawful and so inappropriate, and apparently it's just going to be swept under the rug and let go on by. If we get a mistrial here because these jurors can see that something's going on, they're just going to keep throwing money at it. Your money, the taxpayers' money. They have already spent millions of dollars. I mean millions of dollars. So much that they will no longer say how much money has gone into prosecuting these people. Millions of your taxpayer dollars when they say that there's no money for Social Security and taking care of people and cutting education. They are spending millions of your of law in these courtrooms. And why are they doing that? Because they are trying to take over the land and make sure that these people get charged, because they can't have Americans standing up to the federal government. If they do that, we might as well go back to 1776. So, what are we going to do about it, people? Who out there is in a militia that's upset with the fact that the prosecution is saying that in the courtroom? Let's get some videos. If you and your militia is upset, take some flags out. Go do a rally and do a video and post it with her and tag her in it. And tag Trump and tell him we don't appreciate this judge and this prosecution saying that the militia is illegal in many states. In fact, if militia is illegal in many states, doesn't that mean that the standing armies are illegal? The National Guard, is the National Guard not a militia? What are we going to do here? When are we going to call upon our representatives to actually do something or impeach them and get them out of office? When is enough going to be enough? Okay, so we had a crazy day in court today. I'm going to kind of go through as things progressed. We started out the day with the lawyers and the prosecution getting together and arguing over what Facebook information is going to come through. I would say that this probably went on, we didn't get the jury in the courtroom possibly close to 11 o'clock. So they enter one that has a picture of a shirt claiming that Stephen Stewart's wearing an Idaho 3% shirt because it has a flag on the sleeve. That's all they can see. Every grunt-style shirt has a flag on the sleeve. So to say that he is wearing a 3% shirt just based on his sleeve, Stephen Stewart was not a member of the 3% of Idaho and didn't go to any of their operations, so he was trying to object to that. They let it go in anyways. They're talking about co-conspirator statements. They're responsible for each other's illegal actions. They're talking about a picture of the three of them. They say training in the desert. Going out and shooting targets with your friends is not illegal. And it's not part of a conspiracy. And a lot of people, even people here in Vegas, do it. People do it all over the country. In fact, any good lawful gun owner should be out using that weapon and familiarizing themselves with that weapon every single day. Like, the more you are familiarized with your weapon, the better gun owner you are. So to sit there and say that they are doing illegal actions because they're out shooting targets in the desert, it's crazy. So, this is the government's response. The date of the conspiracy goes through the date of their arrest. The conspiracy goes to protecting the land around the Bundy Ranch up and until their arrest. She claims that Eric Stephen Scott going to the mines and burns that is a continuance of the conspiracy because they are recruiting, bragging, and continuing to ward off BLM. The defense lawyers are saying, well, none of these mines, the 3% of Idaho, none of that goes to the conspiracy. From day one, they have said the conspiracy was to extort cattle and prevent BLM agents from executing their court orders. So here they're changing the conspiracy. They're saying that this is all part of the conspiracy, ongoing conspiracy, because they never opted out of that conspiracy. Even today, they're part of the conspiracy because they still refuse to opt out of that conspiracy, even though the conspiracy is about the cattle, extorting the cattle, and stopping the BLM officers from executing that court order. Has nothing to do with the mines, has nothing to do with Idaho 3%. They bring in evidence, Sugar Pine Mine. This is all outside the jury. We're going through all of this to see, what's going to be allowed in and what's not. Well, guess what? Everything the government wants is allowed in. There's some redactions. They're even arguing about booking photos. Now, the reason that they put Ricky Loveland's booking photos in is because the FBI agent that arrested him could not identify him in the courtroom. They are not supposed to put booking photos in as evidence because it goes to show the guilt of these individuals before they are found guilty. It biases the jury seeing them in those orange jumpsuits. They want to do this for Eric Parker, Stephen Stewart, and Scott Drexler just to show tattoos. But it's not to show tattoos because Eric has shown his tattoo in the courtroom, so is Scott Drexler. It is purely to get pictures of them in handcuffs in orange jumpsuits. Not to mention the photo of Eric, because he has extensive tattoos. He is naked from the waist up, and it is very demeaning. It's a demeaning picture, and they want to show that in the courtroom. This is unbelievable. So, then we go into the jury questions for the gun specialist. They bring up the fact that Stephen Stewart's gun wouldn't be able to shoot as far. His sights were broken. So a lot of the questions were just about weapons. The government redirect. One of the questions were if you could tell the gun was loaded or not. He said, government redirect. You couldn't tell if the gun was loaded, but could you tell if it was unloaded? And then he brought up the bolt was closed, so that means the firing pin, so it was in a ready action. And that the post was intact for the sight on the gun, and he doesn't know if it was broken on the 12th or not. And then they recall up Special Agent Sarah Draper. So with Sarah Draper, they're going through all the Facebook posts. Now, mind you, I would say probably a handful of Facebook posts are from the 12th or before the 12th. And the Facebook posts are entering, a lot of them are all after the fact and have nothing to do with it. There's a picture of Eric on the bridge in a crouch position. It's a meme. It came from Blaine Cooper. He shared it. Zach Sander asked him what kind of gun it is. He says a Sega 223. That's being entered as evidence. What does that show? Absolutely nothing. What they are trying to do is cause character defamation on these people. They want the jury to hate them. So they're bringing in every bad post that they possibly can to misquote it on the stand. These guys are going to have to take the stand just to put their Facebook post back in context. The judge then asks about who Blaine Cooper was and if he was in the bridge or the wash. None of these guys even knew Blaine Cooper the day of the 12th. I think they met him way after the fact, so they're setting this up, the whole Blaine Cooper thing. They're arguing another piece. The judge goes to answer an objection. There's an objection made. Another Viking poem or prayer. It's another meme with a picture of Drexler with the Viking poem on it. And the judge goes to answer the objection, then stops herself. Because she's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be answering the objections for the prosecution, and then has them answer the objection. This goes to show her bias, and when somebody in our federal government gets down here to watch the videotapes, check the transcripts, and send this judge to jail, she needs to be prosecuted for her actions here. Let's see. Then we go into the operation in Oregon in 2015. And this is Sarah Draper's actual direct testimony. The dispute was between miners and the BLM. The dispute had to deal with surface rights. There was an administrative process going on. The miners had put in an appeal on something, and the BLM had sent miners requests, or the BLM on something the BLM had sent them. The miners requested help from the militias, and they conducted armed patrols of the area. And Operation Gold Rush is what they're saying. And they show pictures of individuals. They're bringing up they're wearing camo, and oh dear, they have a picture with their middle fingers. Then they bring up the people who went to the Bundy Ranch also went to Operation Gold Rush. Mr. Parker, Mr. Drexler, and they were conducting armed patrols, security operations. Then it was objected to, how does she know this? It goes back to their laying foundation. There's lots of objections. She's trying to inject things that she's known only from pictures on Facebook, and she's saying that she knows what they're doing. Most of the stuff they're bringing up on Eric is shared links to articles. So if you share a news article, and that news isn't fake news, and it's telling real information, you're a conspirator. Then we have another piece of evidence coming in. Every comment on Facebook is coming in under the rule, the unindicted co-conspirator statement. They can just throw that around and anyone can be called an unindicted co-conspirator. I am an unindicted co-conspirator, and I never left Idaho on the 12th. I was not in Nevada at any time that month, and they're calling me an unindicted co-conspirator in court. Of course, this is the last trial. They haven't done that this trial. Lots of talk about Blaine Cooper today. We saw lots of pictures, memes, posts from Blaine Cooper, a video from the White Hope mine. Of course, they're not going to show the interview with the miner because that would give the people an idea of what the federal government was doing to that miner. No, they're only going to show the first 1 minute that shows Blaine Cooper with Eric and Scott Drexler standing by them. Then they talk about Skylar Barbeau. The fact that he was at one of the mines, he was at Bundy Ranch. Eric does a post mentioning him, and then Eric does the post of the fact that he was kidnapped by U.S. Marshals and federal agents. Then Eric does this long, long post. And in this post, this is the post from the other day they were talking about. They've redacted a couple lines from this post. One of the lines they redacted from this post was a line that said they had green-lighted snipers. Speaking of to why he got down, is they green-lighted the snipers and he was in their crosshairs, and that's why he got down on the bridge. They also omitted one other word, and it was the Millers. And he said something to the fact of he was approving of their vetting abilities so that people like the Millers were not there. They omitted the Millers. But at the beginning of the post, he talks about McVeigh. He doesn't say Timothy McVeigh, he says McVeigh. He talks about how McVeigh put a stigma on the movement and that all of these things that he did, and the judge and the prosecution is saying that he is adopting what McVeigh did, but not the way he did it. And that he's idolizing him and saying that what he did was bad for the movement, but what Eric does is good for the movement. So they let the McVeigh, even though we argue to have the McVeigh stuff taken out and redacted, they don't do it. They leave it in. And then when she reads the post, she doesn't just read the post. She reads the post and she says, and who is McVeigh? There's an objection. Hearsay. She can't speak to what Eric is talking about, but that's what she's doing here. They said, she said, well, it's Timothy McVeigh. They don't stop there. Who is Timothy McVeigh? Well, he's the Oklahoma bomber. He bombed a federal building. They elicit all of that information through her testimony. They go through a bunch more. An MSNBC article that Scott Drexler posts saying, nice picture, Eric. A profile picture of a 3%. You know, they are demonizing the 3% in here. Another shared video, a call to action, Sugar Pine Mine, mostly an Oath Keepers video. So, I mean, they're jumping all over the place and using everything that other people have done against these people. If you share a meme on Facebook, it can end up in court. There's another, let's see, let's go back to what's really important. They go through Facebook all day long. All these different Facebooks. We have seen so many pictures of Eric Parker on the bridge from every angle possible, and the same picture over and over and over again. The lawyers have objected, accumulative evidence, and the judge just laughs it off and keeps it going. Same thing for Scott Drexler, same thing, not as much for Steven Stewart, but we are seeing the exact same photos coming up over and over again. They're entered in evidence multiple different times, even if it is the same photo, because they say, well, we got from this media source, we got this from Facebook, and we got this from the person who took it. So the cumulative evidence here, all the evidence is just the pictures of them on the bridge. They don't have any of the body cam footage in, and if they do, they play 1 minute here, 1 minute there. No audio for the defense, but audio for the prosecution when it works for them. Okay. Then they play Steven Stewart's video while the BLM is leaving. And this video, you know, the streets are lined with people with middle fingers. There's no guns pointed. This is another, in the previous trial, Tom Jenkins said that the streets were lined with white men pointing weapons at the BLM convoy. This is one of the videos that proves that that's not true. The BLM is going by, Steven saying, bye-bye, bye-bye, see you later. He, in the video, says, they threatened us with gas. He says, we were going to be martyrs if we had to. He did not say we were there to shoot federal agents. He said we were prepared to be martyrs if we had to. So, Tanasi gets up for cross-examination. The video leaving the BLM traffic driving past them. BLM was driving away. You hear Steven Stewart say they threatened us with chemicals if we didn't back down. But we pushed forward. They were going to be martyrs if they wanted us to. He then asked Sarah Draper, you're trained to identify threats or identify violence. And he goes to ask the question, was what Steven Stewart was doing a threat? There was an objection. This goes to a legal conclusion. They immediately have a sidebar. The judge, not even a week ago or weeks ago, let the prosecution get a legal including from one of their witnesses. The judge says this is an officer of the law, and he can comment on the law. Now, as an FBI agent, another officer of the law cannot comment on the law because it's for the defense, and the answer is going to be good. What we have here is a biased judge that needs to recuse herself from this trial. We need to get a fair trial where we are allowed to present our defense. This is not okay, and every American should be upset about this. Of course, the objection is sustained, and he has to move on. Then he goes through, and he starts saying, well, Stephen Stewart wasn't here, Stephen Stewart wasn't there. They've brought in this giant timeline. This timeline I talked about before when Ricky Loveland was there. The timeline says, oh, Ryan Payne called Cliven Bundy. Ryan Payne called Cliven himself. It doesn't say that those phone calls were 37 seconds, so that it was a call that no one answered. But they're putting it all on a timeline. Ricky posts something on Facebook. Ryan, for 4 days, it's the first day, second day, third day, fourth day. I think we started at the 8th, and they're going through all of these posts. Nowhere in any of these posts are Eric, Steve, or Scott until the very last day or the very last 2 days. It's the very last day. They have little states with names and where they're moving to bring everyone to this conspiracy. So what they're doing is they've actually have evidence, but they are taking bits and pieces of it, putting it into a timeline and leaving out information that is they're trying to mislead this jury. 30-second phone call, that should be on there. What does Ryan Payne and what he's doing have anything to do with these defendants? Leventhal. After we get to this, oh no, let me bring up one more. At the end, Tanasi says to Sarah Draper. So there's a post of Stephen Stewart, and he's saying that someone showed him a scope. It's bad grammar. It's one of these posts where you really can't understand what he's trying to say. He was up for a long time. It's happening the day of the ranch. What he is trying to say is that a person gave him binoculars to show him that they had snipers up there and they were in the crosshairs. He did not portray that very well on Facebook, and she is saying that he was the one with the binoculars. She's trying to put it in as something completely different. Then she's also met with the U.S. Attorney's Office 9 to 10 times. That's because they really all got together and conspired to find a way to get these guys arrested. While the sidebar's going on, federal agents that sit behind the bar, so that means the prosecution is there, there's a little bench back here, and they're all sitting there like part of the prosecution team. On the other side of the bench, we're not allowed out there, there's room for them to sit back behind the bench. They're doing this in front of the jury during the sidebar. This is unbelievable. We can't even barely talk to each other. We can't chew gum. We can't have candy. All of the defendants, all of the jury gets candy passed out. The FBI prosecuting lady that sits up there gets to chew bubble gum and pop bubbles all day during court. So Leventhal, after the jury's gone and the witness is gone, Leventhal gets up. He says the prosecution elicited testimony from Sarah Draper about Timothy McVeigh. If they had just read the post, some people might not have gotten the McVeigh issue. But because they were like, who's McVeigh? Who is that? Well, Timothy McVeigh. And who is Timothy McVeigh? Oh, the Oklahoma bomber. Oh, the one that bombed the Oklahoma building. Why does that have anything to do with these defendants? They are using defamation of character to get these guys arrested. They are trying to use jury nullification here, people. They are saying we're trying to use jury nullification, but they're the ones trying to use jury nullification. Inside the courtroom, there are two set of rules. One set of rules for the court people that are watching, the supporters, and another completely for all the FBI agents and the people on the other side. It's ridiculous. There is something wrong, and someone needs to stand up and do something about it. So, Leventhal, he motions for a mistrial. He says, what has gone on here is so outlandish that the jury's already been tainted by this information. We need a mistrial, or at the very least, a limiting instruction. They said, well, we already did that, and it's just for Parker, because they're really trying to do that. the judge is kind of backed into a corner here. The prosecution is saying, oh, no, we didn't do that, blah, you know. And the judge is kind of backed into a corner, so she wants off that bench immediately. She's like, well, I deny your motion. I deny your motion for limiting instructions until after cross-examination, and then you can put it up again. But until then, I really need 24 hours to look up. She's like, you know, you need to bring in case law and everything for this motion, and you need to go home and go through this. What she's really doing is giving the prosecution and herself time to cover their asses. She doesn't want to argue this out in the courtroom. Thank goodness for Leventhal to stand up and be like, this is not okay. What you're doing here is backwards. Not to mention the fact that the prosecution can ask for a legal definition from a person of law, but the defense can't. And the judge herself is going to call a sidebar. Not to mention that at the same time, when Tanasi asks a question to one of the civilian Park Service people, not a law enforcement Park Service, a civilian Park Service. Apparently that's the difference between the ones that go around and check your licenses. He asked him about his fear, and that was eliciting information that was already in a pretrial motion that they are not allowed to talk about. And she asked if the prosecution wants a mistrial for that, and the prosecution says, no, we don't want a mistrial for that, but we want to see the defense's closing statements before they give them. So that time, it's okay. It's not okay for the defense to elicit that question, asking him about his fear that day, even though they're allowed to ask law enforcement officers about their fear. But it's okay if the prosecution elicits information about Timothy McVeigh that has no relevance and nothing to do with this case to make the defendants look bad. I don't even know what to say after all of this today. Not to mention that the marshals at the marshal's office, you know, are giving me problems all day long. They're trying to pull me off of my game, which worked for half the day, by not getting me the clothing. We had it set up. I'm supposed to pick it up on Wednesday. I've been late for the last couple days. I showed up early this morning to pick it up this morning. The guy says, well, he can't tell what is what. And he says, well, you know, I'm like, can you make sure they do it at lunch and I'll come back. I come back at the last break. This is the last opportunity because when we get out of court, the office isn't open, so it doesn't afford me time to go get it. So I have to use the little tiny bits of break that I do get, and the small hour lunch is not enough time to do everything and a live stream. That's why I haven't been doing the lunch updates, because I need time to get through myself and eat. So I'm only going to be doing at the end of day updates from here on out, because unless something amazing happens and we need to get it out right away. So, I come back at that break, and they say, well, didn't you talk to them? Didn't I talk to them? Are you kidding me? I was told if I mention a word, if I even look or mouth something to those defendants, I will be kicked out of court for the entire trial. Not a day, not a little bit of time. So I say that right to the marshal. Talk to them? Well, exactly when am I supposed to be able to talk to them and tell them to put their... That was what you were supposed to do at lunch. That's what you said you were going to do. So once again, I go back into the courtroom, flustered, wasting my entire break. Yes, I'm a smoker. I need to go have my cigarette. So yes, I need my 10-minute break to go downstairs and have my cigarette. They are trying to kick us off our game here. And then in the courtroom, FBI agents, and let me bring it up to you. The jury sits here. The prosecution's bench is here, and then the extra people sit there on this side of the bench. So they're sitting there, the jury's all right there, and they're doing this. We got them. Yeah, they might as well be doing high fives and belly bumps in front of the jury, and the marshals do nothing. Do you know why they do nothing? Because they're all staring at us. They're all making sure that none of us smile at my husband or any of the other defendants. That none of us are saying something too loudly or acting inappropriately, while the FBI and all of the marshals on the other side are doing exactly that. Where is our fair trial? Where are the good people in government? Because I'm beginning to believe that there is none left. President Trump, where are you? You say, oh, Jeff Sessions. he commends the prosecution on them and what they're doing here. Ryan Zinke, yeah, he wants to keep the land. He wants to pull all the miners, the farmers, the people off the land. Why do they want it? Because the land makes them money. It's not this, the money doesn't go to the state. The money goes to the federal government. And that's what's going on here, people. That's the problem that we have with this government. We are not lawless people. We want them to be lawful.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're finished up with court down here, Las Vegas, Nevada, at the federal court here. We have had another long day. We just finished up, and we're downstairs now and outside. We've got a long, boring day today, and also a few interesting things that happened right at the end of the day. We pretty much all day today, all we did was look at Facebook posts. Have a ton of people. A lot of these Facebook posts had nothing to do with the four defendants up here. We talked about Sugar Pine Mine today. We talked about the Big Sky operation in Montana and the mine there. There was so much brought up today towards the end, and a lot of things that were so biased that should not have been brought up, that was objected over and over again from the defense. But the judge kept allowing this stuff. A lot of names were brought up from other places, people that haven't been charged in this case, and also people that have been charged that the defendants don't even know. Blaine Cooper's name was brought up multiple times. Ryan Payne was brought up here today. Jason Patrick, Carol Bundy's name was brought up today in court. Of statements that she supposedly made on Facebook. We've got Brandon Rapola's name was brought up, and Skylar Barboa's name out of Washington, his name was brought up in the case today. And the biggest thing of all today that was brought up that the defense team objected to was the name of Timothy McVeigh. And there was a post that was made by Eric Parker that mentioned the word McVeigh, and that was all it said. It did not lead to who it was or where he was from. It just said the last name McVeigh. The defense team objected to this over and over again, and the judge allowed that post to be read anyway, and then the prosecution continued to lead the witness and dig deeper into this last name McVeigh and asked what that McVeigh might have meant. And even though the objections, the judge allowed the witness to continue answering that question, and she said it meant Timothy McVeigh. And they said, where is this Timothy McVeigh from, or what's it referencing to? And she said, the witness on the stand said, Oklahoma City bombing, the Murrah building there in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and where the building was bombed. At the end of the day here, this is the biggest news of all today. At the end of the day, after the jurors were released, Scott Drexler's attorney got up and objected to this and had a motion for mistrial, which obviously upset the judge. We had some quite lengthy discussion on this mistrial. She overruled it and said that he could still bring the motion back up and they would talk about it tomorrow. But this is the biggest motion for mistrial and cause for mistrial of the whole case since I have been here that I have heard about or seen. It isn't over yet with this discussion. All the attorneys have objected to it, and with what this amount of bias that has been brought in today, the defense team says that this can never be taken out of the jurors' minds. This image is going to be burnt into their minds of the bias that the prosecution brought in of a case that's not even related. Nobody died at the Bundy Ranch. And the Sugar Pine Mine and the operation that happened there in Montana with the 3% at that mine had nothing to do with the Bundy Ranch either. And these things have been burned into the juror's mind all day today with post and Facebook post after Facebook post, hundreds of Facebook posts that had nothing to do with the Bundy Ranch deal. And the same with the Oklahoma City bombing. Nobody was violent. Nobody was killed at the Bundy Ranch. And they're portraying these guys as 3%ers, as dangerous men in camouflage. And so tomorrow's going to bring a brand new day, and we're going to try to figure out if this case will get dismissed or not under these grounds of bias that got brought in today. So good news for the defense, I think, how the government come in and did a misjustice here today by bringing in biased stuff that had nothing to do with it. So we're praying hard that tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock when we're back here, that something happens here with this information, and that we get what these defendants need. This trial thrown out because of this, what happened. We had one of the prosecutors today, and do you want to talk about what happened today in court, what you witnessed?
Well, I don't see it will hurt.
No, I don't think it will. Just briefly talk about it.
Okay, you know, when in the last, at the last sidebar, John.
Yes.
I don't know if everyone saw it, that when the attorneys get called away behind this wooden petition, I call it going to the woodshed.
That's that. Yeah, yeah. That was right after Stephen Stewart's attorney got up there, and just moments into it, the judge calls a sidebar.
Yeah, objects and stuff, and so. But as everybody's up at the sidebar, the jury's watching, and the FBI agent Willis comes back into the courtroom and goes into the, through the little swinging doors, and goes and gives his colleague a fist pump.
Yeah.
And she fist pumps him right back and goes, yeah, like we got him.
Yes.
And so I complained to the marshal, and he went over and spoke to them, but that is unfairly prejudicial to the defense to have the FBI think, oh, we got him now.
I seen that.
Terrible.
When I witnessed that, the marshal started staring me down.
Yeah.
Because I was watching over there like that. I'm like, you can't show emotions in this courtroom. We get kicked out for this.
I know. Ashley Jones has been forced to leave the entire trial just because she pointed to someone.
Yes. Yes.
During a sidebar.
That's exactly right.
I know. They just want to get rid of everybody.
Parker, a couple days ago, was locked up after a break for several hours because he supposedly turned around and looked at another defendant.
I thought he was looking at the screen.
Oh, he was looking at the screen. He tried to tell the judge, and the judge refused to listen to him, passed judgment on him, and locked him up in a little cell here. And
well, that's a retaliatory action against Andrea.
Yes, it is.
That's what that's about.
When you tell the marshals, they kind of ignore us.
Yeah, right.
And hopefully this isn't over either. We told some of the attorneys, and
I think they'll bring it up tomorrow.
It's going to be brought up tomorrow. Well, thank you. Thanks you for coming.
Thanks, John.
Yes.
Great to have you back.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
So here we've got more biased with what we've just heard there from another observer in the courtroom, and myself seeing the same thing, where a FBI agent, Willis, is in the courtroom every single day. He's in there witnessing everything. He's testifying against these defendants, and he's still going to be called a second time in this case. He testified twice in the last trial, in the mistrial we had a few months ago. He comes into the courtroom and he does like this, and a motion that the government had just received, and as we got this, and then one of the other prosecution team does the same thing back and says, yes, we've got this, as they're thinking they're winning this case. And that's in front of the jurors. The jurors are in the room when this is happening. And as we've seen this before, we get punished. We get kicked out of the courtroom when these things are happening. So this is some of the things we're dealing with. The judge laughed several times at different of the defendants' motions and things they were doing in front of the jurors. The day was a hard day to sit through, but it was also the last part of the day here, the last half hour, really got exciting. We got some things here that we're wanting to hear tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So hopefully and pray that some of these things get heard tomorrow properly, and hopefully this case gets thrown out like it properly is. But we know how Judge Gloria Navarro has been in the past, and she overrules all this stuff and just continues pushing this case, calling people co-conspirators that acting like they're already guilty and the conspirators in this case. And she brought that up again today and says, well, that's what happens when a conspirator and co-conspirator makes Facebook posts. They will be heard. They're going to be used against them. So Andrea Parker's going to have a live stream. She had quite a bit of things happening to her today. She was unable to do the live stream right now. She asked me to do it by myself, and she will do one here. She says once she gets home and it's cooler and she can sit down and gather her thoughts. So give her an hour or so, and Andrea should be doing a live stream here in just an hour or so. Again, thank you everyone. We'll be back down here tomorrow. Court's at 10 o'clock down here. Come and support us if you can. It is hot out here. I'll be glad to be back inside where it's cooler, out of this air, in some air conditioning. But thanks again, everyone. Pray for us. God bless, and we will see you tomorrow. Good afternoon, everyone. We're down here at the Las Vegas Federal Courthouse. We're at the end of day 13 since the trials began, and we have some updates for you. It's been a long day, a boring day, I could say, for the least. And Andrea's going to give you the updates. She was in court all day long with Eric Parker, Scott Drexler, Stephen Stewart, and Ricky Loveland. I was in another court hearing for the doctor earlier this morning, and we got to give you that update at noon. So Andrea's going to mainly give you all the updates for what we have for the day.
Okay, so we went back in this morning and went into the jury questions for Special Agent Willis. Once again, this is the special agent in charge of the whole case. He sits in the courtroom and then goes up to testify. He's been there the entire time. So we're just going into the jury questions. You heard about his testimony yesterday. Did the gap given with the flyover have an effect on your timeline? Once again, this gentleman is taking pictures off the internet, pictures off of media sources, and giving them a time based on other pictures with the media metadata and the flyover. He says no, only affected when the BLM was leaving because that's when they went and refueled. There was also a question if he was concerned for his safety at the site. Obviously, the jury did not understand that he was never at the Bunkerville site in 2014. So he said no, I wasn't there. It was asked if he was visited at a later date, and then he went and looked through the gap. The answer was yes. And did you take pictures? And the answer was yes, but we never got to see any of those pictures or hear anything else. Another question was about the citizens, a website that they were taking pictures off of, and whether they were pro Bundy or against Bundy. I think he said they went to go show the protests, and they just happened to be out there during the standoff. That was his answer to that question. I don't believe it actually answered the question. It was just kind of weird. They said number 98, they're not going to ask that question. We didn't even find out what the question was. Then there was a bunch of questions from 199 on the metadata, whether they're able to change it. If you post it to Facebook, Facebook adds metadata. If you do it to Dropbox, it shouldn't add metadata. If you take it from one file and add it to another, it adds metadata. So it was really confusing. But at the end, he says, every picture you see in my timeline has multiple references, and that is how I'm time-stamping it. So if there is enough all of these other sources, why do we need to take pictures off of Facebook and give them times? This is a distraction tactic, and they are making up this timeline, and this is just the way that they're doing it. The government was able to redirect, asking about from the time that people pushed up further to the gate to when they drew back with the plane going over. You didn't need metadata. Nothing's all came back with the fact that the aerial camera going to refuel affect your analysis. He's saying yes. So you're saying that the aerial camera was there when the horses were in the wash, but it was not focused on the wash the entire time. So how can you say all these different pictures, you're stating, oh, I can tell because of where this truck was on the bridge at this time, I can tell based on where these people are in the wash at this time, but as he's bringing up, the aerial footage doesn't cover all of those at every second. Then the government calls Special Agent Sarah Draper. She is the special agent for Idaho. She's the one that's going to bring in Facebook evidence for Eric, Steve, and Scott Drexler. And she's the one that the warrant on our property, on our house. I believe she might have been there when he was arrested. Not sure about that. She goes through a bunch of his different Facebook. A lot of this, Eric shares a post from the Elko County Lightfoot Militia. Adds a text, got a neighbor down in Nevada, what are you going to do when the shooting starts? They're using the fact that he is sharing an article as him entering into the conspiracy. So he shares an article that apparently has Ryan Payne's video embedded in the article. So he shares an article, no text, and then like Ryan Payne video. This is what they're apparently using to link him to the conspiracy, that he came to the aid of Ryan Payne's video, but it doesn't actually show. He could have just read the article and not watched the video that was embedded in the article, so I'm not sure how that goes. They entered a post that says, does anyone know anyone in the Nevada militia? This post doesn't have any responses to it, but that's entered as evidence against him. Another piece, we had some arguing outside of the jury. They argued back and forth. At one point, they took a large post and redacted one part where he said the snipers were green-lighted, meaning giving him reason to get down. They omitted that part and they will not put that in the post. Another post, a big long post that they said, they omitted once they threatened to kill everyone if the crowd did not disperse. And then they also omitted the Miller's name down at the bottom. There was other parts that they did not want to omit, which had to do with I think so, yeah. I know.
What?
The guy's name, the bomber.
McVeigh.
McVeigh. A huge part of, he's talking about McVeigh.
Oklahoma, that's all I need to hear.
They want to leave McVeigh in there, but they're going to omit the Millers and they're going to admit once they threaten to kill everyone if the crowd did not disperse. They omit that because that goes to show the heavy-handedness of the BLM, and they've already decided that that's not going to go in there. So there's a bunch of going back and forth with a 3% of Idaho video. There's another back and forth with a comment, then a thumbs up on that comment. It's an objection because it's hearsay. The judge literally reads through her book, her 801 book, is trying to find a reason to admit this evidence. She has never once done this for the defense. She is now sitting there with the prosecution, reading her book, saying, well, how are we going to get this in here, you guys? And after, I'm saying that could have been about 20 minutes, she looks at the prosecution, keeps trying to have them give her a bone, tell her where she can find it in here. She's waiting for them to say, well, it goes to 801D2B, which means co-conspirator statement, because if they throw that in, they get around the hearsay. But the prosecution can't do that, so the judge is forced to say, well, does it go to an 801D2B? And as soon as they ask to give foundation for that, Sarah Draper gives foundation, and that is going to be entered as evidence.
A thumbs up is a co-conspirator now statement. A co-conspirator statement for a thumbs up.
Yeah. Well, what they're saying though is that guy posted, the person posted to Eric Parker, "Ben scared when you got there and act off," and Eric liked it. So as soon as he thumbs that up, it actually goes to admission. He is adapting that comment by a thumbs up. Have you ever thumbs up something? Well, guess what? In the courthouse, that means that you are adopted that statement, and that is now your own statement for a thumbs up. So they entered that in as well. Sarah Draper goes to motion today, and then towards the end, they ask that she be taken off the stand so they can bring this gun specialist in. She identifies Eric Parker and Stephen Stewart's weapons. She enters them into evidence and then gets off the stand so they can have the gun specialist take the stand so possibly he could go home today. The gun specialist gets onto the stand. He talks about normally his job is to identify bullets and match the bullet with the gun. But here his job is to identify guns in pictures and match the guns if they have them to the pictures, and if they don't have them, identify what weapon it is that they use. As you can imagine, this was a
fairly boring situation. He is sitting up there clanging the weapons, using the weapons, showing the weapons to everyone. At least the two that they had. They had Eric Parker's and they have Steven Stewart's. They do not have Ricky Loveland's or Scott Drexler's. So then he does that to the video, or to the pictures. He talks about the fact that, you know, what type of weapon they are, what they shoot, but he does not, he says he did not check them for range, which would have been the most important here. They need to be checked for range, but so they bring in a gun specialist to talk about the guns, but he's not going to speak on their range. So then we'll go right to cross-examination. Obviously, first, Tanasi brings up the fact that Steven Stewart's gun is not a shotgun. And that the front side is broken, which he did not testify to indirect. He didn't say, yeah, this front side is broken on this weapon. No, he waits until they bring it up. And then he makes him say that the firearm is not pointed in any direction. He also let him brought up to the jury that this gentleman has testified in court 43 times, and every time the state or the prosecution has called him up. So that goes to his bias. Marchese asked about the water testing. They did a water test on Eric Parker's gun. He then says that the date was January 18, 2017, and then he goes to say something else. Marchese shuts him down. He's asked if he has the finger on the trigger and if he could tell if it was loaded or not. He did testify in direct that he could tell that the safety was off. Leventhal gets up. Leventhal brings up that it appears to be a rifle, but it also could be an airsoft gun that shoots plastic. And if wind would affect the light or range of the bullet, and being inside the slit for the barrier affect the range, he's meaning the range left and right, being able to sight it in, and he said yes. At this point, one of the FBI agents that sits behind the bar then gets up to go help Myrie when Myrie goes up to redirect. He asked when he did the water test and asked him to finish elaborating. He also did a ballistic test on that weapon to see if it matched for any unsolved murders. It did not. Then he was asked if he could tell a shotgun by appearance only. Obviously, he said yes.
They found that relevant.
Yeah.
To talk about
they did find
murders.
the fact that it wasn't linked to any other unsolved murder as relevant and could be asked in the courtroom, even though it's not in the scope of redirect, because he didn't actually ask that question, and the guy didn't even get anything done. Just one more minute. Then he was asked if you could see if someone might think it was a shotgun. The guy gets up, explains why they might think it's a shotgun. Tanasi, you can tell it's not a shotgun based on your law enforcement training. He has to say yes. And then the judge asks if an airsoft is a firearm. The jury then asks questions. They've got a lot of questions today. They had a big, huge amount of them. Unfortunately, it was past 5 o'clock when the jury wrote down their questions. So this gentleman is still going to have to come back tomorrow. I don't understand how in a courtroom they can have one person testify for a certain amount of time and then just pull them off of the stand, put another person up. You know, we've seen all of these new things in this trial. We saw Alex Ellis testify, supposed to be in cross-examination, doesn't show up. We've seen then the next person's supposed to be in cross-examination, but Alex Ellis comes back, he gets cross-examined, and then the next person. I think that this goes to also distract the jury from their questions. Like, I feel like they need to ask their questions right after the person testifies, and they might be playing around with this. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the way, you know, to me, it should be one person cross-examined during questions and then done. I don't understand all of this jumping around. Not to mention that they have Agent Willis who's going to testify here, enter all the evidence, and then come back and re-testify later and enter his timeline. Did you say you had a question?
Yeah, in regards to Steven Stewart's firearm, I've never seen a shotgun with an 18-inch barrel.
Exactly. They bring up all of these wonderful points. They also brought up the fact that Steven Stewart's gun does have a magazine, and it's for 9mm, and that's why everyone was confused whether it was a rifle or a shotgun. And of course, they don't bring in the range there.
Yeah.
You know, could his weapon? I believe some of the jury questions tomorrow will go to speak to that. So I'll be interested. When we come in tomorrow, obviously the first thing is going to be interesting, and then we'll go back to Sarah Drake.
We're starting late again tomorrow. We're starting about 10 o'clock. We get here at 9:30 when the council can get together and ask some questions, but the actual jury doesn't get here until 10 o'clock. Is there any more questions that any of you seen pop up on there that people want to know?
No, we have a lot of comments. Just
A lot of
questions.
comments,
So,
okay.
yeah,
I want to add one more thing. We're starting late so that the prosecution and defense can get in and argue about these Facebook posts that they want to bring in outside jury. So this is another tactic. They weren't able to do that inside today, and I would say we spent at least a third of the day in sidebar while they were arguing back and forth. They tried to enter 3% of Idaho video that apparently had all of them depicted in, but they did not create. So
I think they changed their mind because I just watched that video and it's not.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. So they're probably just going to do screenshots of where they have their riffles and stuff.
So they're going to take screenshots from that video after they argue for like another 20 minutes. They're taking screenshots only and going to enter that separately. So they want to come in the morning, they want to argue through all this so they can speed through and get this information in. The way I hear it, we don't have many more people coming on the stand for the prosecution. They could press by Thursday or possibly Monday. That's all I've got. Oh, yeah, one more.
Wouldn't that go to a state of mind for Stephen Stewart to bring a round which is virtually worthless beyond 50 yards? They got bulletproof vest on. I mean, if you're really serious about engaging somebody, you wouldn't bring a 9mm. I mean, I walked that out. They're at least 200 yards away. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight.
The whole case is built on what looks scary. If
Yeah.
something looks scary, they can intimidate the jurors and intimidate everybody else by what looks scary.
And then his sights were broken. I mean, to me, the state of mind, you just weren't serious at all when you went there as far as having any kind of real
What
firefight.
I've seen in this case so far is all built 100% off a Facebook post. The whole case is. And they take these little things and they tell you, their expert witnesses are telling the jurors what these defendants are thinking, their state of mind.
cherry picking and piecing it together like their own little manipulated puzzle. A puzzle that doesn't actually fit together, but they're going to make it look like it fits together.
Exactly.
Well, hopefully the defense will look at this and what we've been bringing up and be able to interject it tomorrow.
Well, and what is going on inside is the prosecution is making it so these defendants have to take the stand to defend themselves. That's what happened in the first trial, and Eric Parker getting on the stand did help. So I hope what we see in this trial is that more of them will take the stand, then more people will come up and we'll have more witnesses that are able to come in and help create this story or get the truth out there, because they are preventing the truth from the courtroom. And that's really our only hope, because we have truth on our side. That's why they're pushing so hard to keep the truth out of the courtroom. That's why they've stacked the jury against us, and then they're doing all of this.
And of course, we can expect they'll probably limit the amount of people allowed to witness for the defense. That's something we probably can anticipate again. But nonetheless, we need the witnesses.
Well, they intimidated
Then they
last
intimidate
time.
them as well.
This time we're hoping that we have some stronger witnesses that are more prepared to testify, that aren't so intimidated. And if we get these defendants up there, like Andrea said, that's going to be awesome, because that truth can be brought out through their testimony.
You're
My
gonna have to take
favorite
this.
witness is still Michelle Arnett.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I think that's all we've got.
We probably won't have a live stream again until tomorrow afternoon, because we're getting started so late that it's probably going to be after 5 o'clock tomorrow before we have another update.
Thank
Thanks
you
a lot,
both
everyone,
again.
for joining us, and God bless. Keep praying for us.
Thank you, guys.
We've had some preliminary trials happening in Nevada in a lead-up to a trial for the Bundy family. And, of course, InfoWars was there. I was there on the ground at the wash as this happened. And I have to say, from the very beginning, this has been a miscarriage of justice. These are political prisoners. And we're talking to Sherry Dovali with ReadoutNews.com. She has been attending the trial on a daily basis. And I want you to hear from the reporter on the scene how this is being railroaded. We just had one of the individuals. These are people before they get to the Bundys. They've had one individual convicted, and they sentenced him last week to 68 years in prison. Amazing that that could happen. And we've got a retrial of 4 individuals that's going on right now. And I want Sherry, thank you for joining us, Sherry. You're standing outside the courthouse right now, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Break down for us the rules that have been imposed, the gag rules that have been imposed on the defense by the judge.
Well, just to let everybody know, these are not rules that were in place on the first trial. These are new rules. She has forbidden them to pretty much have a defense at all. They're not allowed to talk about why they came to Nevada. They are not allowed to talk about the video of Margaret Houston being thrown to the ground or of seeing Ammon Bundy tased. And I understand that these were on the mainstream media news feeds. They weren't just on alternative media live streams or anything like that. These were actually put out as news feeds, but they're not allowed to discuss them.
And, of course, it's very important. She also put a gag order on them about talking about the First Amendment zone that they created. When we got there, one of the first things that we saw was a little area that was contained out in the middle of nowhere, and it had a sign on it that was professionally printed by the BLM that said First Amendment area, and somebody put a handwritten sign on it that said, the First Amendment is not an area. And, of course, it's interesting that she won't let them talk about that because she is gagging their First Amendment rights as well as their Sixth Amendment rights to have a real trial, to confront the people and to talk about the issues that are at the heart of this issue. They can't talk about the BLM. They can't talk about the First Amendment zone. They can't talk about that county commissioner who called the people that were coming there from Utah inbred idiots and said if they're coming here to defend the Bundys, they better be ready to pay for their own funeral. That's absolutely amazing. That shows the hostile attitude that we saw on the ground from the BLM. And, of course, it was the governor of Nevada who was outraged by that First Amendment sign. And that was one of the first things, as well as the attack that they're not allowed to talk about, the attack on the lady who was middle-aged. They attacked her from behind, threw her on the ground, who was a cancer survivor, Margaret Houston, who's, I think, the sister of Clive and Bundy. They weren't allowed to talk about that either.
That's right. And the other thing, she's also put the kibosh on their Second Amendment rights is not a defense. They said, well, she made it very clear, I know this is interesting, she made it very clear that even in an open carry state, if a law enforcement officer sees a weapon on your hip and feels threatened, then you are guilty of assault.
Wow. That's amazing because we've covered Second Amendment rallies in San Antonio. We had San Antonio police who were harassing people that were doing open carry legally. And so we had a massive rally. We had over 1,000 people there. We had Alex Jones speaking in front of the Alamo. We had a lot of high-ranking state political officials. And everybody that was at that rally was carrying legally, openly. And I guess, according to them, any of those people, they would have been with the law enforcement would have been, according to this judge, within their rights to either try these people in court for assault or maybe just to shoot them on the spot. But, of course, they wouldn't shoot people on the spot who are armed, and that was the whole point. The Second Amendment is not a threat to the government if the government is following the law. The Second Amendment and arms in the hands of individuals is a deterrent. Think about it like the deterrent that we had during the Cold War. Nobody wanted a nuclear war. But having arms was one way to prevent that on both sides. So that's a very interesting thing. One of the other things I saw, and of course this isn't coming up yet because Clive and Bundy's case has not happened, but I saw that they accused him of assault and illegally carrying weapons and so forth. Clive wasn't even at the wash, and he never was carrying weapons the whole time that I was there. We were there from a few days before the standoff to the day after that.
Yes, sir. She has really kind of put a war on the Constitution within this court case, and it's going to have far-reaching effects all across this nation.
And I want to talk about how this really, the heavy-handedness of the judge as well as the prosecutors in this, not only have they gagged them from putting these events into context or talking about the specifics of it, but you wrote an article, Prosecutors Seek Sanctions Against Defense Attorneys, and this is part of this Bunkerville retrial of the 4 individuals. And talk about what happened here. This, of course, is about a guy who was Trey Shelley, who was a tourist who happened to work for the U.S. Forest Service. He saw this event beginning on the road. He got out of his car, started taking pictures. He took some of the famous pictures of individuals who are prone on the bridge above, and they asked him if he felt fear. Go ahead and take it from there, Sherry.
Yes, it seems to be the pretty obvious question. Who did he feel fear from? The defense tried to get that information out because he made it clear that he wasn't afraid of the gentleman that was lying prone on the bridge, that he didn't fear him. He didn't fear any of these people that he saw carrying the guns. That's why he stayed there taking his pictures. But then on the stand, he starts talking about being afraid. So the defense tried to probe him as to who he was afraid of. Was he afraid of the BLM? Well, that's when the prosecutors objected, and that's when the judge shut it down.
And then the next day, the prosecutors... That's right, and then the next day the prosecutors come back and say, we want action taken against this guy because he violated your rules to even talk about the BLM.
That's right. They're not allowed to talk about any of the BLM's actions.
That's amazing.
It is. It's very amazing. It's a key part of the defense, and she won't allow it to be discussed. And now the sanctions that prosecutors are asking for are they want to review the closing statements of all of the defense attorneys before they're given. They want to approve them. Not just the one, but all of them.
This is a railroading trial, if ever there was one. And, of course, when you talk about this individual who was taking pictures and who he was afraid of, you look at the picture and you can see other people who are ducking down next to him beside the concrete barrier wall. Obviously, they're afraid of the people who are pointing guns. I was there on the ground next to Ammon, and they were pointing guns at us and using the loudspeaker to say, we will use lethal force. So people were justified to be afraid of the BLM. Nothing like that was happening on the other side. And that's the key issue, I think. We had a Fox News reporter who was there with us initially, and he was afraid of them. And he started walking towards them saying, Fox News, don't shoot, Fox News, don't shoot. He's got a big camera on his shoulder, and he's lifting up his shirt to show that he's not armed. And they started yelling at him, get away from us. I mean, that was the situation that was going on. Those people were afraid, and they were talking about how they're going to use lethal force. That is the context that this all needs to be looked at. And in spite of that, we only had a couple of individuals who even had guns that were out of their holsters.
Yes, sir, that's right. And they have not been able to come up with a picture of any, for example, Eric Parker, who was thrown on the bridge. They have not been able to show any picture where he is pointing his gun over that barrier at anybody specifically.
That's right. We've only got about a minute and a half left. Sherry. Tell us what happened today. You said we had some breaking news today. You were at the trial this morning.
Eric Parker has been banned from the afternoon segment of the courtroom because he allegedly looked at another defendant during a sidebar.
Wow.
That's all, and he was actually just looking at the view screen, but somebody complained that they thought he was looking at another defendant, so he has now been removed from the courtroom for the afternoon.
You cannot look at another defendant. You cannot talk about the BLM. You cannot talk about the First Amendment zones that they have there. And, of course, this judge has turned this courtroom into a Constitution-free zone. This is a railroading trial. We're going to be talking to Sherry Duvally as this develops. She's on the scene reporting for this from ReadoutNews.com, doing excellent reporting. Take a look at their website. Support this important work, telling people the truth about what's going on at this trial. This is totally an outrage, and these people are political prisoners, Sherry. Your final comment.
Thank you so much for having us on, and we will be back.
Thank you so much for the work you're doing. All right, again, that's Sherry Duvally with the ReadoutNews.com. You can follow that, and we'll have more updates from them as these trials develop.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back down here at the federal courthouse. It's after court. We just got out. It was a long day. It was my first day back down here. But the day makes 12 days from jury selection, opening arguments and everything, that Andrea Parker's been down here the whole time. And but this is my first day back in court, and I tell you what, it's things that happened today have been just jaw-dropping. It's hard to comprehend all this stuff. Being here is the only way that you can actually
get all this in and just understand this tyranny and this corruption that's going on in this court. First thing we want to bring up is the doctor again. Dr. Henry Wissler, and I'm probably not pronouncing his last name right, but he's 93 years old. He has a sentencing hearing here tomorrow at 9 a.m. His family would love all the support. He would love it. He's 93 years old. He's about to be sentenced tomorrow, looking at 20 years or longer in a federal prison somewhere here in the United States. His daughter told me yesterday that he is most likely going to be shipped off all the way to either New York City or North Carolina or maybe even Florida to serve out his sentence. He will not make it 20 years in prison being at 93 years old. So this is going to be a death sentence to him. It's horrible. He's not going to be back near his family. They live in California and here in Las Vegas, and he's going to be shipped off plumb across the country to the East Coast somewhere. I'll have his name better tomorrow at the update, how to pronounce his last name, but it's Dr. Henry Wissler is how I'm understanding how it's pronounced. But we need his support here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Court for Eric Parker and the other 3 defendants don't start till 10 o'clock, so it gives us a little bit of time to show him support and be at his hearing. First off, we want to bring up some kind of breaking news here, what happened today with one of the jurors. And one of the jurors brought it to the judge's attention in a note that she had received a text message today from a friend. And this text message that she had received came on her cell phone that she had with her here today, and it says, you have 2 hours more to pass death sentence on these defendants. I'm going to repeat this again. This is juror number 1. She received a text message from a male friend, some other friend of hers, on her cell phone, telling her she had just 2 hours to pass a death sentence on these prisoners. We brought that juror in. The judge questioned her and asked her relationship with this guy and how long she's known the guy, and if she could still continue not being biased. There's still a lot of decisions to be made here. The defense team was shocked at it. The prosecution just fumbled around. Nobody has made a decision whether to get rid of this juror or to keep her. One other thing that got brought up about this juror, the judge brought up again, is this juror's ex-husband was actually a U.S. Park Service personnel, like a park ranger, park service guy. He was not an officer, I understand, but he was he worked for the Park Service, the BLM. That's her ex-husband. She was at least honest enough to tell about this text message, so I don't really have informed an opinion yet. She seems like a juror that's trying to be honest about it, but someone did send her a message telling her she had just 2 hours to pass death sentence on these prisoners. I'm going to turn it over now to Andrea Parker. We've got lots of news here to tell what went on with this last witness. He's an FBI agent. He sits in the courtroom. He was in the last trial. He testified in the last trial. He's always in there. But anyway, Andrew, go ahead.
Okay, so he is the case agent for this actual trial. So he's been in the courtroom the entire time, both this trial and the previous trial. He actually sits in the courtroom behind the prosecution on that little bench. I've talked about this little bench before. I said, here we have 3 prosecuting attorneys, and then we have 5 people sitting behind them on that bench. So 5, 6, 7, 8. If you count the judge, we've got 9 on 4 with the lawyers. So he's part of this giant team. Today he gets up from that area, goes to the witness stand to testify. Now I want to bring something up here. What he is testifying to, he is bringing in footage from Dennis Michael Lynch. He is bringing in footage from Hugh Gorgon. He is bringing in pictures from Hugh Gorgon. He is bringing in pictures from Shannon Bushman. We all know from last trial, all of those people were called by the prosecution to testify in the courtroom. What we have here is the government went through the first trial, and they found that any civilian that they brought in to testify for the prosecution, even if it was to just authenticate their pictures, they could not keep them from telling their story and supporting more of the defendants than they support the prosecution's narrative. So what they have done here is, because they got a mistrial last time, they have recalculated, and instead of going by things the correct way, the accurate way, by bringing the people who took the photo in to authenticate it, they instead are making sure that those people don't even enter the courtroom, and this FBI agent will testify to it. So, like I said, they had a mistrial the last time. They have doubled down, they have tripled down, they have thrown everything they've got at this. They have stacked the jury against us. They have prevented us from talking about the BLM's heavy-handedness, state of mind. They have taken any form of defense away from us, and now they are even taking any civilian that testified in the last trial from testifying in this trial. I doubt they'll even call a civilian to testify. Now, of course, they do call the Park Service employee that stopped and took pictures. They called him a civilian, and they also called another person that was contracted by the government to work with the cattle impound a civilian. But those are not true civilians. If the government is paying your paycheck and you're testifying upstairs, don't you think that goes to your bias? Absolutely.
There are some good questions up here and statements in regards to this witness, Special Agent Willis, today being in the courtroom and also being a witness and being in the courtroom prior. A lot of people are under the belief that all witnesses are strictly to be not in the courtroom up until testimony, and then maybe after that they can view.
So the way that they got around this in both trials is they say the case agent can be in the courtroom the entire time and still testify. They also say that the defendants get the same ability to sit through the entire trial and then have the option to testify. So this case agent is the only one that supposedly has that same ability to sit in the courtroom and testify. So that's where that's going. But I agree that this is practically the prosecution going up and giving testimony against the defense. So what's different from Nadia Med giving her own narrative at the stand versus this agent getting onto the witness stand and actually testifying? So where is the line that they're crossing? Well, I believe they've blurred all those lines. They're allowed to do whatever they want in there, and that's because the rules change daily. There is no rules written in stone, and if they don't win here, what are they going to do next? What other possibility? They have gone from somewhat trying to give us a fair trial to trying to completely railroad us. If this doesn't work, what are they going to do next? If we can't get 12 people to agree on something, we all know with the patriot community, with politics, can you ever find 12 people that are going to agree on everything? It's impossible. I doubt that that's going to happen upstairs. So what are they going to do next? Are they going to pull a Hillary Clinton and then all of a sudden everyone dies of a heart attack in jail?
Jurors dead by suicide?
Yeah.
Or witnesses dead by suicide?
Well, exactly. Or even just the guys. All of a sudden the guys are being held and they all have a heart attack, or there's a mass fight in the jail. Where is their next plan of attack? Because it has gone too far already. We are not getting a fair trial inside. There is no way that this is going to come out fair no matter what happens. I also believe I saw somebody commenting on a mistrial with this juror. 2 cases during this trial already, they have brought up the mistrial word. I believe if the prosecution and the judge feel like this is going south, they will just call a mistrial. They've already set themselves up on the inside. I just want everyone to know that the prosecution actually filed a motion about racial and gender bias before they claimed it upstairs in the courtroom. They have been preparing for every turn of events coming up, and I don't put anything past them. When there is no checks and balances, the government will run off and do whatever they want. The bad guys will win when there are no checks and balances. This is what I've been saying from the beginning. Where is the checks and balances? Where is the people from our government that are going to come down and sit in this courtroom and tell me that what we're seeing is a fair trial? That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah. In regards to sitting down and seeing this trial versus the last trial in comparison with notes, especially with today's witnesses, There have been several anomalies that were pointed out to me since I missed some of that. Would you be willing to go over the audience what those, at least a couple of those anomalies are?
Okay, so...
And his inconsistencies.
Well, there's been inconsistencies the entire time. Willis, okay, so for Agent Willis, let's talk about this. They decided to bring in PBS frontline evidence in this trial, and then there was something else. Both of those things didn't come out until after the last trial. So now they're going to bring in PBS frontline evidence, pictures as evidence. They're making their own timeline for these pictures. They're pulling all of these in, accumulative evidence, just so that they can create this timeline where it shows that these people were pointing weapons for a certain amount of time. When they have aerial footage, they can be like, here they got on the bridge, here they stopped. But they don't want to do it that way. They want to misconstrue everything. I also want to bring up the fact that they can bring PBS frontline information into the courtroom, but they're not even going to prosecute them for getting out protected discovery. Let's demand all the discovery gets released. If PBS and the government's narrative are the ones that are able to pick up pieces and release it, we the people demand that the discovery on these cases are released. There is no reason the Las Vegas Review-Journal, who asked for this multiple times, should not get the longbow. I know other news sources have asked for this longbow footage. PBS was given clips that prove the government's narrative or push the government's narrative, and that's what they put out and nothing else. Other things, these other defendants are coming in, they change, they say, oh, well, this is Tan Hat. They identified Tan Hat as Todd Engel in the last trial. The same defendant or the same witness comes up and it identifies Tan Hat as somebody completely different in this trial. But we can't even bring up that there's another trial. They just say, oh, a previous hearing. Now, we can do this, but it's confusing to the jury. We can't be like, well, didn't you identify Tan Hat as someone else in a previous trial, a hearing? And then these FBI agents, these BLM people, they're all trained to skirt around the actual question, not answer it. It's a distraction tactic.
And they're bringing up lots of people in camouflages standing in front of the stage area that aren't even defendants. That they're making them look like scary people. These men haven't even been charged, which I'm thankful they haven't. But they're showing these people as if they're co-conspirators or conspirators in this case when they haven't even been charged, but they're showing all these pictures to the jurors, making it look like there's a whole bunch of people that are militia or oath keepers. And
like a bad name.
These men don't even belong to the Arizona militia, never have. They don't belong to the oath keepers. So with all that said, they're making them look like they belong to some big conspiracy or oath, militia thing when they don't. Eric Parker wasn't dressed like the Oath Keepers of the Arizona militia. He came there by himself with a couple of friends from another state even, and didn't even know them other people. So, in the Facebook post, they're pulling off Facebook posts just from a couple of days ago. They're looking at our Facebook post as we're speaking and using it up there in the courtroom. They asked about a couple of Facebook posts we had that was up here. And when it was last seen, and he said, well, just yesterday or the day before, just like a couple of days ago, Agent Willis was pulling Facebook posts off of Facebook and using it as evidence today.
And that's outside the scope of the time limitations provided for this case,
way out
correct?
Of scope.
Well, and this is how they're getting around it. They're saying it's open source, meaning any person can go on the internet, look up that person's Facebook, and look at that information. This goes to your privacy settings on your Facebook, if you're friends only or public, and all of that. What they're saying is these open sources, they can just go onto anyone's Facebook, pull something off, and use it as evidence in court. First off, there's huge issues with this. Who edits things they put on Facebook? I'm going to say a lot of people edit and they enhance things on Facebook. So to say that that is an accurate representation and have someone say that that is an accurate representation that wasn't there, didn't take the picture, he's just an FBI agent sitting in the room saying, yeah, that's an accurate representation. Oh, I can tell the timeline on that based on the images of the people down in the wash and where they're standing, or based on someone's shadow. They are saying that I can tell what time that picture was taken based on someone's shadow. So what we have here is a whole bunch of smoke and mirrors on the government side trying to prove a case and distract the jury and mislead Americans.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a long day down here, guys. We'll have more for you tomorrow and throughout the week. If you're down here close by, come and join us. Other than that, we will be giving you an update probably at noon. It's really tight schedule sometimes getting out here and grabbing lunch, but please come down here and join us. If not, we'll be still giving you some updates at our lunch break and probably again tomorrow evening. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. Have a good day, and God bless, and keep praying for us. Good afternoon, everyone. We are down here at Las Vegas Federal Courthouse. It's my first day back. I've been down here to support Eric Parker, Stephen Stewart, Scott Drexler, Ricky Loveland, them 4 defendants, and of course, Andrea Parker's been covering this since the trial began, and I'm glad to be back down here to help support her. I know she's been going through a lot today. I can see that there's a lot going on. One of the things that happened today, right as court ended here at lunch, was just horrible. The judge reprimanded Eric Parker, and she's going to keep him locked up in the holding cell after lunch, and said that he was disobeying and her orders there. So we'll get into that a little bit more too, but we want to get into what happened today in court with one witness we had. He's a BLM special agent, and he testified all morning, and now he's off the stand. We'll get another testimony of another FBI agent afterwards here. But we spent all morning with this one BLM agent named Robert, and I can't pronounce it like Shalakas. So go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, so first I wanted to thank Don for coming back down. We've missed you immensely. I want to touch on Parker being thrown out of the courtroom before we go into all of this. During the sidebars, it's really, the defendants are asked to do absolutely nothing. They are not to look at the jury. They're not to mouth anything to the jury. They can't speak to themselves. Now, mind you, these sidebars, they take a lot of time. The jury gets passed around candy. They get to converse. The courtroom observers, they get to converse. But the defendants are made to sit there looking solemn-like to almost increase this idea that they are terrorists, that they're these mean individuals. It is a way to make them look a certain way to the jury. So today, apparently Eric Parker at one point faced Scott Drexler, and for that, the judge is going to keep him locked in a room. She said she's going to keep him locked in that room for the next duration of the trial until the next break, and that is because she is worried that this time it wasn't so serious, but next time it could get more serious. She's really worried about these guys and what they're going to do. So she's going to make a point of punishing Mr. Parker for turning to Mr. Drexler.
She even admitted that she couldn't see if Mr. Parker said anything, that he might have been looking at a book on his lap, but she thought that he was looking at Mr. Drexler, and Drexler didn't say nothing back, but still, just on what she had possibly observed, she's going to go ahead and punish him.
At the end of that, he said, "Excuse me, Your Honor." And she stops and says, "You have an attorney to speak through, and I would suggest you use that." And then she goes off the record and leaves so that he does not get his point brought across. This is because in a previous hearing, he was able to raise his hand and ask the question himself. The judge didn't like that. She doesn't like Eric. Once again, when he testified in the last trial, she would not even look at him. So this goes to show her bias, goes to show how much hatred she has for these guys. Another thing I do want to mention, Eric Parker has his Bible in the courtroom every single day. His birthday is actually coming up on August 5th. He asked that if you write him, like he would love to have letters of encouragement for his birthday. And he really needs these right now, especially because of the way that they're picking on him in the courtroom. If you were to write to him, please include favorite Bible verse or your favorite quote, so that he can go into the Bible and highlight the Bible verses, or take your quote from the Constitution and highlight it, look at the Constitution, and that he turns to these items during the bar, during these times when they're supposed to look inhuman to the jury, and be able to give him some solace to get through that. Okay, now we go into Special Agent Robert Shalakas. He is a gentleman that does some video recordings. In the beginning, he plays his recordings and talks about circling based on what they are wearing. Here again, we have the minority report. They're coming in and they are going to label you as a criminal based on what you're wearing. Well, we all know people in the city, like, you know, I'm an Idaho girl, you bring me from Idaho and you bring me into the city and I go around wearing my camo, does that mean I'm a militia member? Just because we're in a different area, you cannot profile people. This has always been an issue. This is always something that they've done. You cannot profile us. I think it was a great thing brought up in cross-examination by Leventhal when he said, can you pick out people in this courtroom and tell me who's a Democrat and who's a Republican? Because that's what you're saying here in this courtroom. So he goes through a lot of that. He circles a person. He appears to put up with his long arm here when he stood up. He appears to bring the weapon up. Once again, we've gone through this in this trial and the previous trial. This is his video that they take the screenshots from, where it's maybe seconds. He's adjusting his strap around his neck. This is a quote from Shalakas. They did not seem to me to be part of the protest. They were in the back, walking around, using concealment. I did not know what their intentions were. Here we go. We are arresting people based on thought crimes, based on their intentions, based on what you think that they're going to do.
Someone else's opinion of their intentions, too.
Exactly. Or the lack of knowing what their intentions were makes you a criminal, gets a gun pointed at you as an American citizen. He said that he thought they were coming to start a firefight with the federal government. They brought guns and tactical equipment. The ICP was designed to gather the cattle, and no one anticipated what happened on the 12th. They say no one anticipated, but they're going on bad intel, and that's what escalated the situation before the protesters even arrived. These militia groups, somebody was just going to start shooting around. This is just some of his commentary during his direct examination. He was so concerned for the people who stuck on the interstate. They did not know what was going on, and if there was gunfire, would sure be innocent back standards getting hurt. He's testifying that he's worried about these people, but all these just pointing weapons at them, and he's continually stating that the militia were the ones going to fire, but from the testimony in the courtroom, we know that the BLM agents were the ones that were going to fire. Once again, they go into pointing out what they're wearing. They go into cross-examination. Shanahi hammered this hard. He pointed out one gentleman said he was wearing camo when he wasn't, so they brought that up. He asked if he knew the Nevada Highway Patrol truck, and he said he didn't know what truck that was. So once again, they're only answering questions. They're not answering truthfully. They are given an oath as soon as they get on the stand to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But if the truth doesn't fit their narrative, they say, I don't know or I don't recall. Once again, one of my favorite lines of questions Tanaka does is ask about how many times he met with the U.S. Attorney's Office. What I've seen come out of this trial is every single time they're asked that, the people immediately say, well, besides yesterday, which was said today in the courtroom, he said, well, besides yesterday, about 4 times. Drexler, Leventhal comes back in, and he hammers this again. So you testified this guy was with the militia. He has testified that all of these guys, he's pointing them out. This guy here, he's wearing khaki gear, he's with the militia. This guy here, he's wearing camo, he's with the militia. Anything, what you're doing is you're stating that you know the totalitarity and circumstance of these people based on what they're dressed in. And he brings up the Park Service people. There's a picture, and he's like, well, what do these people wear? Immediately, there's an objection for pointing out the Park Service and what kind of stuff that they have, what they are wearing. He says, excuse me, your judge, I'm doing a cut. If it's spotting someone who is a Democrat or Republican based on what they're wearing, he's trying to bring this up with the jury. There's an objection, a sidebar, it was sustained and you had to move on. Then he brings up a picture of Dan Love with the hat on backwards, a black hat with white thing, the hat on backwards. And that's immediately objected and sustained. So here what we're seeing is anything the prosecution wants to bring in, they can do. They can put all this conjecture into the testimony, but the second we try to even bring up a contrast situation, it's overruled because, oh, you can't point out anything that the Park Service is wearing. You can't point in anything that Dan Love has his hat on backwards. In fact, pointing out a picture of Dan Love is even amazing that it got into the courtroom today. Then he says, well, he said, I said it appears that they are with the militia. I don't actually know. That was a good thing that Leventhal was able to get out of Shalakas.
Can I add to that?
Absolutely.
In regards to the people dressing and what their appearance was and everything, in these videos, I don't know if you two agree, I looked at multiple screens in the courtroom and I could not actually make out anything. An appearance of a long gun? No, I could not make that out. An appearance of clothing? No, I could not make that out. An appearance of any recognition, I could not make that out of the individual or anything. It was so far away.
You need a high-powered scope or camera to even pick up these people from that distance away. It's obvious here to me, just by sitting in here and observing, it's a total biased witness that's only going towards what the government says. It's their opinion of what happened. It's not a factual.
And I noticed during the cross-examination that suddenly the witness, Special Agent Robert, whatever the last name is, Slakis, he suddenly couldn't recognize certain things. It's too blurry, he would say. And then all of a sudden he was truthful about the fact that he couldn't identify these individuals any longer.
There's two different times in there where he was at the cross-examination where he admitted he was wrong. Well, I guess I was wrong. That man did not have camouflage on. And he was wrong in two different incidents, and he backed off. And he told he had to admit that he was wrong, and he testified with the government a wrong testimony. And he backed off and he retracted his testimony twice.
Certainly did.
Yeah, he also, Tanasi got him to point out that he never put any of that into his reports. That he was worried about the militia was going to start a gunfight with federal agents. And Shalakas says, well, of course that's his own opinion. And he doesn't put opinions in reports. So here Shalakas is saying none of the stuff that he testified in the courtroom today was worth putting in his report because it is his own opinion and not the facts. So Shalakas is the type of man that will go and do a report based on fact alone, but when he comes into the courtroom, he's going to give solely on his opinions and not on those facts. And I thought that was a huge part to bring out as well. Tanaki also brought out, in Shalakas' video, in a lot of these videos, you're seeing a zoomed-up version. So Tanaki points out all of those out-zoomed versions and says, now this is what you can see with your naked eye. I think that brought a lot up for the jury.
One thing that was interesting, this special agent, he didn't even know who Perry Parker was during that standoff time out there, the protest. He didn't know who he was. And he was never asked one time to identify one of these defendants. But he kept bringing it up. Why do you keep bringing up the black hat? You mean Mr. Parker? He said that twice during this time, trying to make sure the jurors knew that it was Mr. Parker in this black hat, not Dan Love or someone else. Dan Love had a black hat with a white insignia on it too. His was backwards. But the prosecutors refused to let us bring that up. They did not want that talked about at all, or any of these agents, how they have their guns. One big important thing is what I had never seen in the first trial. An order came over the radio. On this video, it said, sling your arms. Sling your arms twice.
Swing your long guns.
Swing your long guns. Sling them. Put them up. And that order was refused and disobeyed by the BLM agents. And this officer said, well, that was a suggestion. An order is a suggestion when it's given by your commander over the radio, and they refused to obey that order.
He said that it was up to the discretion of those officers whether they felt like slinging their long guns or not, based on what they perceived. Here we go with another. What they perceive as the intentions of the people over there, what they perceive as their threats. So, and that came out in a jury question. And I mean, I gotta say, we've had 88 jury questions in 2 weeks of trial. That is so that's 8 days, because it's 2 4-day weeks. 88 jury questions. So now we go to the jury questions in this. 89. Did anyone point a weapon at you? The answer was no. 90. When you heard the comment to sling arms, did that go for BLM only, or every law enforcement officer there? This is where he gives his long-winded answer. Well, each each law enforcement officer can make the discretion of pointing or putting down their weapon at any time based on what they perceive as their threats. If they are in the crosshairs of someone else, and if they hear put your long gun away, they can make the decision to follow the order or not. I'm not sure. I've never been in the military. I've never been in the police force, but this is the first time I have ever heard somebody give you a command and you have the choice to follow it or not. We all know that that's not true. Look at what just happened to Eric Parker in the courtroom for turning. How many times have we heard some person in the military get in trouble for not following a command, even if he was in harm's way? So for them to say, for them to testify on the stand that they could choose to agree or disagree. Then he says that Kelly Cole answered that question, and he doesn't know who told Kelly Cole to say that. So here we go, once again, the operation, nobody knows what the right hand and the left hand are doing. They do not have good communication, and they're all just a whole bunch of chiefs and no idiots. Another one.
I can confirm that with military experience, though. I heard the recording in the courtroom played twice, and they did order to sling your gun, your long gun. If you have a long gun, sling your long gun. And it was repeated twice. So 2 times it was played in court, and that order was said twice on the radio, and I heard that, and that is an order. That is an order. My friend Jenny Caldwell is on here right now. She served with me overseas, and she also is confirming, as a soldier with combat experience, an order is an order. We had certain areas where we can escalate or de-escalate. And when we see those orders, we had to hold that directive as a unit completely. An order is an order. Yes, we would have gotten in trouble. The only threat that can change that order is imminent threatening. They are firing on us. Then we bring back the weapons to an escalation point.
And this agent said no weapons were pointing at him.
No, and he did testify. No weapons were pointing at him.
The last jury question was 91. Were you still concerned for your life when you saw law enforcement next to the guys with long guns? And he goes into another long-winded, this is the problem, is that we have FBI agents upstairs testifying, BLM agents upstairs testifying. They have taken classes and courses to know how to answer things without incriminating themselves. They know how to get answers from people by trying to get people to incriminate themselves, and they know how to avoid it. So what we have here is you don't have regular citizens answering these questions. He says that he was worried about any loss of life, and goes back to those innocent people on the bridge who were stopped. Now this is another thing, is I don't recall anyone being stopped. There was traffic and it was moving slowly, but no one was forcibly being stopped. Now if these guys were so concerned about that, why didn't they stop the traffic? They could have easily stopped the traffic on the whole bridge scenario, and this wouldn't be an issue. But what they're trying to do here is they're trying to make these law enforcement officers seem like they cared about the protesters or the innocent people on the bridge, which they did not.
And the law enforcement, BLM agents, and FBI agents were on the bridge mixed in with the people, to include protesters and so-called appearance of militia.
So the last thing that came out of it, Leventhal got up for a recross after the questions and said, now did you have a long gun? And he said yes, and it was slung the entire time. So this gentleman, he's going to testify that there was such a danger and that these guys had the discretion to raise their long guns or sling their long guns, but his long gun never left his sling. Once again, I'm going to add that, like I said earlier, Eric Parker's birthday is on the 5th. It's going to be a really hard birthday. Last year he spent his birthday in jail, but this year it's going to be even harder because we're up in that courtroom. He really needs those letters of encouragement. If you could include your favorite line from the Constitution, your favorite quote from American history, or your favorite Bible verse, so that he may take those things and copy them down to bring them in the courtroom with him, to keep him busy, his mind busy. I know that he turns to these things when he is having a hard time in the courtroom, maybe having a hard time keeping his mouth shut. I don't have the address.
Well, somebody,
right
if they could, post the address for Eric Parker and these other 3 defendants. They're out there at Henderson here, just the outskirts of Nevada. So they're at the Henderson Detention Center while they're in trial here. So I know somebody out there can post that address publicly for Eric Parker. His birthday is again on the 5th, and that's very important to him. We know that right now Eric Parker will not be back in the courtroom after lunch. He's being punished by Judge Gloria Navarro for just turning around in his seat during court and possibly looking at one of the other defendants. No proof that he even spoke to any of the defendants. He didn't even, the jurors didn't even notice it. Nobody noticed it. I was sitting there the entire time. There was no disruption, absolutely at all. And he's being punished because this could turn into something bigger, supposedly, if she doesn't, because he disobeys, and this has continued through the whole trial. It's never continued through the whole trial. Everybody's been peaceful in this courtroom. All the observers have been peaceful. Nobody's causing trouble here. And for this is just another blunt bias towards these defendants, and this judge is just, again, treated them wrong.
Andrea or John,
Yeah.
the attorney for Eric Parker, Marchese, what was his statement to the judge in regards to the admonishment? Prior to the admonishment was issued, he made a statement in Eric's defense.
He said that he was looking at the screen and she shut him down there. And he said, well, whether he was looking at the screen or not, I have told him he is to face forward only and to look down so that something like this doesn't happen again. Because what we've got here is they're just, you know, she claimed that we're the ones using childish schoolhouse bullying tactics in Greg Burleson's sentences hearing. What we're seeing upstairs today, that is the childish schoolhouse bullying tactics that are coming down from the federal government, from the Bureau of Land Management. Everything that they're doing up there is childish schoolhouse bullying tactics. The fact that this agent is going to say, you know, Marchese says black hat, and the agent says, so you mean Eric Parker? And he does that twice, once with the prosecution and once with the defense. That is exactly childish schoolhouse bullying tactics. Just like the bullying tactics they used out at the BLM, out at Goldview, when they arrested Dave Bundy, 12 or 10 to 1 man taking pictures on the side of the road, arrest him, drop him off in Las Vegas with no ride, and not charged with anything. So here, once again, it seems like we are back in school, and everyone's pointing the finger, well, you're the one doing this. Well, the administration, the government, the federal bureaucracies are saying, you people are the ones that did the wrong. When we know, for a fact, they pointed the weapons first, they did all of these things. There was no violence on the 12th. But I can guarantee you on the 6th there was violence. And on the 9th there was violence. There was no violence on the 12th because the protesters brought their arms with them so that the BLM had to behave themselves. And that is what happened. No shots were fired, even though they keep saying, oh, people could have been shooting.
Nobody was tased.
Yeah,
nobody was tased that day.
No attack dogs were sicked on people. There was no one thrown to the ground and refused an ambulance when they called for their police to come. I don't know what to say. This is what's going to happen in America if we don't stand up for each other. And we have to stand up for everyone. Not just the people upstairs, not just the Bundys. We have to make sure that this isn't happening in every courtroom around the United States of America. And even if you can't get here to Las Vegas, there is something that you can do at home.
Exactly. There's a courtroom somewhere in this nation, whether it's in Alabama with the baby home case, whether it's in New York City or wherever it's at. Go to your local courtrooms, go to your local courthouses, find out what's happening in those courtrooms, find out who's being charged and who needs support. Andrea Parker needs support. We had 12 people in court today, some awesome people here, but only 12 people here today. We should have 100 people in that courtroom. I know there's 2 or 3 people standing down here with the signs today. 2 or 3 people, and I know everybody can't be out here, but if you can, you should be out here. We should have 100 people out here, not just 2 or 3 standing every single day. And these 2 or 3 are faithful people. This dozen that's in court are faithful people, but we need more.
You don't have to be here all the time. We can all be rotating. We had a lot more people committed to this.
Come down here for one day.
Yeah, one day, a few hours of your time, and go back to work, whatever you can do. You know, just coming in and out, having multiple people come in and out, doesn't have to be orchestrated at your whim, your private time, as you wish, as you're able. It would be really great, and it will interest you.
Definitely will.
It will interest you to see the tyranny is actually true. But I have to say, to see it for yourself is way different than every time you see it on these videos. It is increased tenfold the reality of what's happening across this nation.
There's no way to explain. We can't really give justice of what's happening in this courtroom without you witnessing it yourself.
Yeah, we miss details, I'm sure.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I did want to mention, you know, we have seen support from all over the nation. We have had people coming to Vegas on their vacation, stopping for a day. We've had people who weren't even coming to Vegas, but they were on vacation and they stopped for a day going through. We have had many people bring their young children up into the courtroom. I have been amazed at these children who have come and been so great inside the courtroom. It has been so nice for the jury to see these well-behaved children as we're sitting there, a loving family union in our pews, watching what the injustice that's going on, being supported by so many. So that, you know, even if you're somewhere nearby and you can stop by for a few hours, it makes a difference. I want to thank everyone who comes down here every day, all of our regulars. And I also want to thank anyone who's made it a point to come out of their way to come here and sit here for a few days. I know we had a gentleman from South Dakota that just went back this weekend, and he will be missed, and I know that, you know, we can't tell you, like they're saying, we can't tell you what's going on in that courtroom. I mean, we can express it as much as we can, but until you see it for yourself inside that courtroom, you're not going to see the true injustice of it.
John and Andrea, thank you guys so much.
Thanks everyone for joining us down here. We've got just a short time to get some lunch, get a bite to eat, and get back in the courtroom. We appreciate everybody joining us here and hearing us out and hearing what's going on in this courtroom. Thanks again, everybody. I don't know if we'll have another update afterwards or not. We might, but we'll be back here every day this week, Monday through Thursday. Tomorrow morning, anybody who's here for a 9 o'clock, we've got Dr. Henry, the 93-year-old man that's out in front right now. His sentencing is tomorrow, and he's facing 20-plus years in prison in this same courtroom. And we encourage anybody who's close by to be there. Court does not start tomorrow until 10 o'clock in the morning, is what I'm understanding, for Eric Parker and these 4 defendants. But this doctor, this 93-year-old doctor, his family is coming in from California tomorrow and asking for our support, and it's at 9 o'clock. But we're running short on time here, I'm being told, so we've got to shut it down, and we'll be back as quick as we can with more updates. Thank you, everybody. God bless, and keep praying for us.
Good to see you two together.
All right, so we have the end of day today. We started late at 10:30 because Todd Engel was supposed to be sentenced. Even though that was pushed back after they give the schedule to the jury, they can't change it. One of the most important things that had happened inside today, there was a jury question. The jury question was, why can't we see videos from better angles, from positions where this witness is talking about? They want to see more of these videos. The judge won't let them answer this question. She answers it herself. She says that's not a reasonable expectation. Most cases don't have video or picture evidence and just testimony. What they are doing inside here, we all know that there is multiple videos. There is photo footage. There is so much footage in this case. What she is doing is misleading, purposely misleading the jury to believe that there is not video evidence. What is going on with the prosecution upstairs is they are just bringing in witnesses and showing the same few little clips of videos, few little pictures to get this going. They don't want to bring actual evidence that will go back in the room with the jury, because any evidence they do bring in will show the BLM's misconduct. So they're not playing very many videos, they're not putting in the pictures, and they keep going back to the same few pictures. The jury is picking up on this, and the judge is actually gets on there and says that's an unreasonable expectation. She also goes to say that don't take anything that the prosecution or the defense, the lawyers say, as evidence. And she says if you ever hear an objection or anything like that, don't try to understand what the objections are. Don't try to imagine what the answer would be. That's not considered evidence either. So here they're already getting this. Let's see, there was something else. They're really preventing any real true evidence from coming into this courtroom. Oh, that's the other thing. So one of the witnesses this morning said
that he met with the U.S. Attorney's Office yesterday. He met with them yesterday based on the jury questions. Now, this is why they're having the jury ask questions. They can then tailor their approach. So then, after they talked to this witness yesterday, he comes in and starts saying things like, I am here to protect, I took an oath to protect the Constitution. He brought up First Amendment, did he say First? There's a little confusion whether he said First Amendment or Second Amendment in the courtroom. You know, they are trying to tailor their prosecution to these jury questions. That's what we knew they were doing with the jury questions all along. They're trying to push this through, and we're hoping that the jury will see through it. Can I hand that back to you?
I think the jury has seen through it, though, based on some of their other questions.
Absolutely.
Another thing, all the witnesses say they don't know what time it was.
Yes, that's the other thing, is they've all been how do I get back? All right, we're back. Well, hopefully this will work. Okay, so first, government calls Ranger Edwin Whitaker. He is with the BLM. He was previously a U.S. Border Patrol and ATF. What I am finding out here is the federal government has created their own standing army. They have created these people who are used to dealing with non-American citizens on the border. They're heavy-handed. They are either Secret Service, Border Patrol, ATF. This is not what you think of when you think BLM. Me living in rural Idaho, when I think BLM, I think someone who's going to come out and make sure that I've got the right amount of birds for my duck hunting, make sure I'm using the correct shot. I do not think of a Border Patrol agent ready to take my life. That is what the BLM is nowadays. That is what the Park Service is. And it seems that it is going in an alarming rate. He is a canine handler that conveniently showed up on the 10th. I believe that they're picking and choosing people to bring in. He showed up on the 10th, so he can't be asked anything about the 9th, even though we're not allowed to ask it anyways. He talked about the cover and any of the long guns could go through the trucks. That it was a powder keg out there that day, and there was women and children in that crowd. He wouldn't be able to take the shot if he wanted to, because there was men and women and children in the crowd, and the only way he would have been able to take that shot is if it was clear. He talks about how all of his bullets he has to account for. He was worried about ricochets. He said he signed up to enforce federal law and uphold the Constitution. This guy and his entire testimony today was formatted because of the jury questions yesterday. He goes to identify Stephen Stewart, Scott Drexler, and Eric Parker. He testifies that he believed Stephen Stewart had a shotgun that day. I don't know why a shotgun from a northbound bridge at that far away would have been a threat, but apparently. He also talks about a man with sunglasses and a beige vest. This is Todd Engel and Ricky Loveland. I am really in shock and awe at how much Todd Engel goes on trial upstairs here. They have waited until he's out of the room. We all know that Todd Engel was filmed the entire time he was up there. But they are taking that out of the equation and using all of him against these other guys. They are using false facts. They are manipulating the evidence and using it against these guys on a man that had already gone through trial and wasn't found guilty on everything. He said another man with a firearm, a gun, he was always slung, heavier, pointed it at anyone. Okay, so this gentleman goes around and he talks about one man walking around with his gun and he's like, oh, you know, moving around, and his movement, he's saying that he's consistently pointing his weapon. That's what they're saying of all of these guys, that even just their movements, if you, like, if I had a rifle on a sling and I moved this direction, I would have pointed my weapon at the cameraman. And that's what they're saying. They're using the smoke and mirrors tactic here. They're using a play on words, smoke and mirrors, to confuse this jury, and hopefully we're thinking that it doesn't work. This gentleman testifies, I deal with drug smugglers with hundreds of pounds of drugs, going on high-speed chases knowing that they are armed. But this situation here was the most scared he's ever been in his life. Tanasi gets up and asks if he was aware the operation was over on the 11th. He says no. I think what is going on inside, even though they're preventing
the defense for talking about the heavy-handedness. What they are finding out is none of these guys had all the information. The communication on the ICP and their entire team was extremely lacking, and I think that that played a huge part in the way that they were dealt with. At one point in cross-examination, Tanasi was asking about Nevada Highway Patrol being up on the bridge. He's got binoculars. He's talking about Todd Engel and Ricky Loveland. He says he sees the top of the car, but he refuses to say he saw the guys in the green vests. We know we're standing with Todd and Ricky the entire time. Nadia Med gets up and testifies in court that, well, she gets up and says this statement. It was not, Your Honor, kind of giggly, with an attitude, and Tanasi calmly says, counsel is testifying, and the judge kind of ignores it and continues on. If that was Tanasi that had done that, she would have called a sidebar and he would have gotten harassed. We've seen it happen to Tanasi quite a few times, but Nadia Ahmed can get up and do that, especially when she's losing ground on her witness. The next trick they're playing, they have no concept of the time of day. They are being hostile witnesses because they can't give any detail. They can give detail about the guys. They can give detail about them pointing weapons. They can't give you detail about time of day. They can't even tell you accurately what truck they were behind. They're having trouble even marking things on the screen. I believe that this is on purpose, coaching by the prosecution so that they can't be cross-examined properly. They talk about the fatal funnel. And he keeps saying that he can't see it with this, that they controlled the high ground. Leventhal gets to bring in the aerial footage. He starts bringing in the aerial footage, talking about the horses were coming into the wash, trying to play this. The judge calls for a sidebar. Nadia Ahmed, I believe, said that he wasn't here at this time. Leventhal, in front of the jury, says, I'm trying to prove that they didn't always have the high ground. Although we all know that the Mesa was the actual high ground. He talks about the plane in the air that was objected to. There was a sidebar and he couldn't continue that line of questioning either. So once again inside, we are seeing the judge play another prosecutor, making sure that none of this information gets to the jury. The jury questions for that one, let's see. One asked if they could see through the southbound and the northbound concrete barriers. If you had a clear shot, could he have taken it? He said he would not have shot unless he had a clear shot. Can the jury ever see from the officer's position? The judge answers this. It is unusual to have this many photos and videos. They cannot provide this video to you. This is another time that the judge is interfering in this, and she is trying to mislead the jury into believing that they're not hiding things from them. They asked if anyone carrying a weapon was a threat. Do you feel the defendant's intent was to kill officers and federal agents on that day? He says yes. So then we go into the next one. The government calls Ranger Martinez. Ranger Martinez was a much different witness for the government. You could tell by his body language, he didn't seem happy about being there. He kept his head down most of the time. He's from Anchorage, Alaska, been with the BLM for 14 years. He worked at the DOD in Utah, the Department of Commerce, and Department of Homeland Security. So once again, here we have a militarized BLM force and park ranger force for the federal government. This is Agenda 21, folks. They have taken over the land in the West, and they are about to put militarized force on it and keep us off of the land. If you believe that this is still public land, you should probably go check and do a little research on the BLM. Do a little research on what the BLM did to a teenager on a four-wheeler out in Red Rock around the time of the Bundy Ranch. You know, you can look into these things and find this kind of misuse of force all over with the BLM. Tanasi at one point asked this gentleman if a Metro officer came by and told you to put your weapons away. That was immediately objected to in another sidebar, and he couldn't continue that line of questioning either. This gentleman got on the stand and testified he could see Eric Parker's gun protruding the other side of the concrete barrier. He was on the stand very short. They did use him to identify quite a few people, but I really loved his answers to a lot of the jury questions. One of his jury questions, how were you communicating with the different law enforcement on the scene? He said when Metro showed up, they started issuing orders. Prior to that day, they had zero communication with Metro and NHP. And then he said that a Metro officer asked him to put down his gun. At this time, Cregan starts talking over him so that the jury can't hear his answer. And the judge stops him and says, I just want to know how. Verbally, over the radio, and he says verbally once, that one time. They asked who his supervisor was. That was Logan Briscoe. I think this person's been on top of it. They want to know the supervisor of everyone. I don't know if they've even got out that Dan Love was the supervisor of the entire thing, which I believe that they were trying to ask the whole time. Now, the next jury question was, what does the term non-responsive and hostile witness mean? No one in this courtroom said hostile witness today, but the jury themselves wrote out a question that said hostile witness, because even them themselves saw the fact that anywhere the defense was trying to ask questions, they were being evaded by the people on the stand. The judge says, don't worry about what objections are, and don't try to guess the answers. Don't worry about what non-responsive is or hostile witness. That's for me to worry about. All you guys need to worry about is the evidence that is entered. Once again, she is trying to mislead the jury. All right. So we ended the day today with Special Agent Swanson on the stand. Well, first I want to say it's amazing the support we're having. We had a rancher from New Mexico come down. She said how important it was for her to be down here and for ranchers to support other ranchers. We had another gentleman from San Francisco come here with his children. They sat in the courtroom all day. They had I'm amazed at some of the children that have been able to come in and sit through court inside. They have been so well behaved. Seeing and meeting all these people that have come from all over the country to stand with us has been inspiring to me, especially when they come and they tell me, you know, we watch your live streams every day. It really brings me up to see them come down, to see them experience this with me and support. It's huge. Little information from yesterday. This morning we had Greg Burleson's sentencing hearing, and Ranger Alexander Burke was here, as well as Swanson. They were the victims inside the courtroom. Alexander Burke had a very teary testimony yesterday. Since then we did a little digging, and there's some alleged things that have come up on her. There's an alleged situation where she may have been involved with a gentleman who had a knife, who then was shot by her with a shotgun in the face, allegedly. And then there's also a question, could she be the agent that tased a kid in Montana? So here, what do we see? What we've been seeing all along, that the BLM, this organization, is full of individuals from the Secret Service, individuals that are heavy-handed in the way that they do things. They're aggressive in their manner. Once again, she's a BLM ranger, and if some person has a knife and is coming at them, she shoots him in the face with a shotgun, allegedly, possibly tases a kid in the face. Was it her? Was it not her? We'll have to keep looking into this. Her and Swanson were very cuddly in the courtroom this morning, sitting very closely together. You know, Swanson from the last hearing, the last trial, he was a very tearful witness upstairs in that hearing. In this hearing, his testimony was way different than his testimony last time. We were able to get through him in a short day. He was the only one that took the stand today, but his testimony was very different. In the first trial, he continually brought up the fact that he had Black Hat, Eric Parker, in his sights, and that he was consistently saying that he had him in his sights with the trigger, the safety off and the trigger slack off on multiple occasions, ready to kill Eric. He testified in court today that if the backdrop had been clear, that he would have taken the shot and executed Eric on the bridge that day. He also testified in the last trial that there was a white soccer van behind Eric that made him say that he couldn't take that shot. And today in the courtroom, that white soccer van was not to be mentioned because in cross-examination the last time they couldn't come up with the white soccer van in all the footage. So his testimony was so different from the first trial to this trial, and I believe it worked to our advantage. He talked about black hat and tan hat like he did last time, saying that he profiled them based on what they were wearing and how they were moving. Once again, here we have the thought police. So these people are being profiled on the bridge based on what they are wearing and what they are perceived to be doing, perceived to be communicating with each other, perceived to be moving in a certain way. Once again, he testified that he had the safety off, the slack off, and that he was ready to take this person out based on his clothing and his movements. So we have the thought police. They are ready to kill you if you make one false move or if they think you're thinking about committing a crime. No victim, no crime. Let's see. Let's go back to where I'm at here.
That was one of the questions for the jury. Was anybody hurt that day?
Exactly. One of the things that he testified to is that black hat kept going up and down, tan hat was doing the same thing. He identified black hat and tan hat in these different photos. In cross-examination, I believe it was it Marchese brought up two different sets of photos. He identifies black hat and tan hat in the first set of photos. In the second set of photos, he starts to identify black hat. He starts to identify tan hat. Later in the photos, tan hat stands up. It is not Scott Drexler. That discredited his entire testimony, I believe, and really put doubt in the jurors. Like I said, all of his testimony, a lot of it was the same as last time. Lots of the fact that he was ready to shoot these individuals, that he was scoping the crowd through with his weapon pointed at these people as he's assessing threats. They really did a good job in cross-examination, and I'm just going to go right to the jury questions because I think that's the most important. So, mind you, we are in the second week of trial, and we are already at jury question number 66. These jury questions are our only saving grace here. They ask the questions we're not allowed to ask in the courtroom. I do want to bring up also, here's another huge thing. In cross-examination, Marchese or Leventhal tried to bring in body cam footage. In this body cam footage, we know from the last trial, Swanson says it's a shoot first, ask questions later scenario. They would not allow that piece of evidence to be entered. In fact, the only type of body cam evidence they would allow to be entered had to be muted so that you could not hear what these officers were saying. But later on, the prosecution is allowed to enter the exact same body cam, and they're allowed to play what he says. Just that one little excerpt where he says he's turned his hat around, and that was allowed to be played in the courtroom. So we definitely have some issues going on inside. They are not playing fair. Rules are different for the defense than they are for the prosecution. They're pushing hard on this. Thank goodness the jury is allowed to ask questions. Okay, so jury question number 66. Black Hat had magazines on his vest. Could you tell if the magazines were for a long gun or for a handgun? He had to answer that he could tell, and they were for a handgun, because they keep trying to say they're basing a lot of this based on what he was wearing, but the magazines weren't even for the rifle. Number 67, question 1. The man you saw an individual pointing a weapon at you, what was your reaction? He said his training kicked in. His first reaction was to shoot. Once again, he is testifying, he's got slack off the trigger, he's got the safety off, and he said right there, as soon as he believed that that person was pointing a weapon at him, he was ready to shoot. Another part 2, how did your did you control your emotions? He said focusing on work, breathing, and then he starts to try to pre-explain the dark humor you will hear on the body cam footage if we are allowed to get it in. Number 3, when people are yelling at you that you're traitors, what were your thoughts? Here he gets teary up again. He says, you know, I put my life on the line for American citizens, and they are, they're now calling me traitors. I started this, my service to America early on, and these American citizens are calling me traitors. Well, if you don't want American citizens to call you traitors, don't put American citizens in your scope. Don't go around harassing people over their land rights, erecting First Amendment speech zones, and you won't be called a traitor. Number 68. All right, we're back. Were you aware that law enforcement was on the bridge? He says no. He says no. Did you see people in the wash's threats or just the people on the bridge? He said he had an obstructed view of the people on the wash, that his main focus was the people on the bridge. Did you hear any verbal threats from the people with the long arms? No, he couldn't from that far away. To your knowledge, was anyone harmed at this protest, law enforcement or protesters? He had to say no. Next part of the question, would you consider this a violent protest? He said, absolutely yes. These people brought weapons to us. That makes them violent. These people brought weapons because protesters were already being tased, thrown to the ground. Ambulances wouldn't come for them. They were having attack dogs sicked on them. They brought weapons to keep it non-violent. When you go to a protest without a weapon, you are subject to being pepper sprayed, to having attack dogs sicked on you, and to being tasered. If you bring your weapon, people are a lot more civil. If you could have shut down traffic on the bridge, would you have taken the shot? Once again, he says yes, he was going to execute Black Hat Eric Parker on the bridge that day. Question number 69. Did any of the BLM use bullhorns to give commands to the protesters, and if so, what did they say? He said they did. They were telling them to disperse, that it was a lawful court order. Why is it some of the exhibits are only for the parties and not for the jury? So right here, the jury is seeing that we're trying to get evidence in and we're not being allowed to. And they are already picking up on it. They don't like it. They want to see every time we put something up, just like this body cam footage, and they won't allow it in. They want to see what it is. Question number 70. With your scope, could you make out facial features of the people on the bridge? He says yes. The bridge is so far away. He had a 3-time scope, and he says he can make out facial features. Was there someone watching the tan hat while you were looking at Black Hat? He says yes. Then there's another picture. They said, was the women in the picture the ones you were talking about? He says yes. He testifies that there were 2 women that he saw around Black Hat that were taking pictures of him, and that then there was a person with a camera that then put his fingers in his ears, and he knew at that moment Black Hat was going to take him out. Number 71, he testified that he saw Black Hat pointing his weapon, but then later said he did not find out he pointed his gun until he saw the picture. Can you elaborate? Once again, this Swanson on the stand has gone back and forth so much, the jury and themselves are picking up on it. Now he's saying, well, I saw him pointed over the barrier, but I didn't know he was pointing it under the barrier. Were you ever in a situation like this before? No. Do you have any prior training in the role of a sniper? No. Question number 72. You testified that there was radio traffic and that they were marking out threats. Who were they? He says it was people to the truck left of me, even though in what part of his testimony he said he didn't really see those people, only to his peripheral, and then he also said it was the people in the trucks in front of him. When you were target ranging, did you have a spotter? He said yes, people at the other truck. When and how was your weapon sighted and dialed in? He says they do that every 4 months. Question number 73. When you were observing Black Hat, was there a haze or a glare? He said, no, it was a clear day and there was no haze or glare. Do you believe you were instructed to remove a threat? So he's asking, when you went out there to search out threats, were you instructed to remove them? He says, no, he wasn't. He was just instructed to see them, but he testifies over and over again that he had his gun off safety, slack pulled out, ready to execute Eric Parker. At the end of a rifle barrel is a 1/2 inch and black. So how are you sure it was pointed at you? He says, well, it was the way that the gun was facing or aiming, and that he believes that even if it wasn't pointed directly at him, it was pointed at one of his fellow officers. Question number 74. As an officer of the law, don't you realize that pointing your weapon at the public will get a reaction? Here Swanson gets really frustrated, and he's saying, well, they brought their weapons, they pointed their weapons first, even though he says that he started searching the crowd for threats before weapons were even pointed. As an officer with military experience, react, or did your imagination take over? Here they're saying, well, are you reacting to this, or are you imagining because you've been up for over a 24-hour period? He's saying, no, there was no imagination. I was not tired. My adrenaline kicked in. There was no lack of sleep, or the lack of sleep did not take any part of this, of the stress and anxiety. It was pure adrenaline and pure concentration. The government goes to follow up. He's asking if that when he was down, he was no longer a threat. Tanasi gets up. He said, were you aware that NHP was on the bridge? He then says yes. In the jury questions to the jury, he says, no, he was not aware law enforcement were on the top. Tanasi gets up in cross-examination. He says yes. Do you know why he says yes? Because he was about to impeach him with his previous testimony. Leventhal gets up. He says, you lost Tan Hat. How long in total were you able to see Tan Hat? Asked him about his magnified scope and that there was no obstruction. Brings up a photo that they brought up where the truck, it's from the bridge down into the wash, and you can't even see the truck or these agents because there's a tree in the way. There was a lot of back and forth between the government and Leventhal on his site. The judge in the end had to step in and say, well, it didn't obstruct his view of the bridge, but it may have obstructed his view of the wash and the people down there. I believe today the jury did not believe a single word, and there is reasonable doubt growing inside the jury. I'm going to bring on Anthony DeFew so he can talk a little bit more about Greg Burleson's sentencing this morning, and then we'll get some thoughts of people who were inside the courtroom today.
So we talked earlier this morning about the sentencing of Greg Burleson, and I just wanted to explain exactly how sentencing works. So you're convicted of a crime, and basically there's a set of sentencing guidelines, and they assign you a score based on a set of points, based on the offense, somewhere from 0 to 42 or 47. And based on that and some of your prior criminal history, there's a guideline for where you should be sentenced. However, in this case, all the defendants are charged with Section 924C. And with Section 924C, a weapons violation, the way it's supposed to work is if you commit a crime more than once, you're sentenced more harshly the second time. However, the Department of Justice has wrangled this and charged this in such a way that if you're convicted of more than one 924C in the same incident, so we have the same Greg Burleson, the same rifle, the same Bundy Ranch protest, the same area, the same agents, the same everything, except they charge them 3 times with the same crime. With each of those, they stack those one on top of the other, and they must be served consecutively to anything else that's charged in the indictment or anything else you're convicted of. So in the case of Greg Burleson, the first 924C is a 7-year sentence, the second one is 25, and the third is 25. 57 years, mandatory minimum, on top of consecutive to anything else that you're sentenced. He was originally looking at a potential recommendation of about 30 years. The judge was lenient. She came down 10 points, which brought him into 135 months for the other charges. That is how Greg got a 70-year sentence. 3 924C charges, they have to be served consecutively. On top of the 135 months for the rest of the charges, he gets 70 years. We also learned today that Todd Engel will not be having sentencing tomorrow. His sentencing was continued. The rub here is that the order was made in the judge's chambers. Todd was not present at the hearing to dismiss his attorney. He was not present for the reassignment of another attorney. He was not present for the granting of the continuance. He is sitting in Pahrump right now, according to his loved ones, thinking that he's coming to court tomorrow. He's not heard from his new attorney. He has no idea what's going on. We're going to reach out to him and apprise him the best we can from the docket, but this is how your judiciary works. So we're gonna get to the bottom of what's going on with Todd Engel. He will not be in court tomorrow. He will not be sentenced. He has a continuance out to September, sometime in late September. He has new counsel, and the point of that new counsel will be to argue the pre-sentence recommendation, which we know to be an absurd amount of time. It was originally somewhere around 20 years. There's been a slight change. He's still looking at about 15. Incidentally, his scores in the PSR, the pre-sentence recommendation, very close to Greg Burleson's, who was convicted on several more counts. So we're trying to discover the discrepancy there. That's how the sentencing works. That's an update on Todd Engel. I'll give this back to Andrea, whoever you want to talk to.
Hey, Brand, would you mind blowing the shofar for us?
I would love to.
I appreciate it. Is there anything you wanted to say about court today?
Well, I think you pretty well summed it up. I was trying to follow what you're saying. The things that most interested me is the definition of a imminent threat. If he even come out and said, if you were dressed in civilian clothing, but you got a firearm on you, in that situation, you are an imminent threat. And in his training, they're to take out the imminent threat. So, and I think that was proven in the point, and I don't know if anybody else caught it, but he had, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he had his safety off, he had his finger on the trigger, taking up the slack, and was scanning the crowd for threats. He could have shot any number of people and been justified.
Once again, it's thought crimes. They are profiling you. You don't even have to have your weapon unholstered for you to be a threat in this situation.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Would you like to go on? Do you have anything you could say today?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Well, I will.
Okay.
I'll just say that I don't know how to do this. I'm not a talker or whatever, but if anybody can come out from any place, local or New York City or whatever, for a day or 2 or 3 or a week or whatever, if you can get out and just, all I am is just a body here. So anyway, I don't know if that's doing a lot of good, but anyway, it's a body in support of the group here, the Bundys and everybody else that associated with this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Those bodies and the support mean amazing things in the courtroom. Here we have Dean Ryan. He is one of the amazing individuals that helped put on the stand event. He was here in the courtroom today. Would you have anything you'd like to say?
I'll tell you what, Andrea. It's amazing. You go to Guatemala and you see the way they do courts. This is exactly a kangaroo court, in my opinion. I don't know too much about it, but I couldn't tell if the judge was actually impartial or she was part of the prosecution. So it was very interesting to see, and this thing is crawling with feds because there's a lot at play here for the federal government, from my opinion and the research I've done, to really get Hillary Clinton and Harry Reid what they want from the lands, and they want to sweep the nation of anyone that's living off the grid. So this is a very interesting trial, and the first time here in the court, I just couldn't believe I was in the United States still. This is a total kangaroo court, and to echo what Roger Stone said a week ago is we are waiting for Donald Trump to pardon these guys. Then after we pardon them, everyone here that is going against these guys, their careers need to be a thing of the past, and they need to be part of the janitorial judiciary system and all that.
They need to be on the other side of the courtroom.
They need to be sweeping the floors, not judging.
Does anyone else have something they'd like to say? Do you want to say something? Okay. All right, that's all we've got for today. Guess we'll be back together tomorrow, and we're not sure who will be on. Remember, no victim, no crime. All right, we're out here at Las Vegas, Nevada at the federal courthouse, the Lloyd George, is that right? Federal courthouse here in Nevada. This morning, at 8 this morning, we went to Greg Burleson's sentencing hearing. He was convicted of count 5, assault on a federal officer. Count 6 is a 924C attached to count 5, use and carry of a firearm. Count 8, threatening a federal officer. Count 9, this is another 924C, use and carry of a firearm in coincidence with that crime. Count 12, obstruction of justice. Count 14, interference of interstate commerce. Count 15 is another 924C attached to count 14, and count 16, interstate travel and aid of extortion. So they went through the point system upstairs, and his point system ended in a base level of 32 with some additions, which give him, what was it, a 65? No.
No, he was given 10 points and upward additions to 42, I think.
Yeah, they ended at a 42 point.
They added 2 more today for terrorism enhancement, then they subtracted 10.
Correct.
Okay, and so we went through this. His lawyer Jackson requests leniency for past working with law enforcement, requests leniency for his medical issues. He says that he didn't know at the time, but he should have put him under a mental evaluation so that he could use that for an insanity defense or a mentally incapable defense. Also requests for leniency for his physical issues, his medical issues, his alcoholism, his physical impairments. Also a request because of his hardship, being in the prison system, being blind. So the judge goes and she says she's going to give the request for leniency for his past working with law enforcement because it was voluntary and he wasn't getting something from it. I believe that means like he wasn't sentenced and then agreed to roll on someone so that he would have a lesser sentence himself. So she did give leniency for that. She also gave leniency for physical impairment and alcoholism, but wouldn't do both, saying that the two were the same grounds. So she kind of linked them together and knocked 10 points off for that. They did add 2 points for the terrorism adjustment, it being valid because this was an act of terrorism against the government. She went into a long-winded explanation of how horrible these charges were and how the victims suffered dearly. There were federal agents, BLM agents in the courtroom that she gestured to about them when they had tearful testimonies on the stand of the fact that they are still dealing with this today, even though no shots were fired. She went in to say that the mental harm on these people is so much worse than physical harm. If they had actually been shot, they could recover from that, but they cannot recover from their mental anguish that comes from this this act of terrorism. She said these folks were just trying to enforce the law, and that what they were received with could be construed as childhood playground bullying tactics. To me, sitting in the courtroom, I believe the childhood playground bullying tactics actually came from the BLM and were the reason that a lot of American citizens went to the aid of the Bunkerville standoff and the Bundy family for the childhood playground bullying tactics of one gentleman who stopped on the side of the road to take pictures and was arrested by a group, a gang-like group of BLM agents who beat him to the ground, arrested him, took his property, and held him overnight without charging him. Also, the other childhood playground bullying tactics could be when protesters were standing on the side of the road and were met with, once again, a gang of BLM agents with attack dogs and tasers as they enacted these things on the protesters. as they took a grandma and lifted her off the ground and body slammed her to the ground. And then she goes to call on law enforcement and they will not respond. Ambulance will not come to her aid. She says it was not appropriate conduct of these American citizens on what they did on April 12th in 2014 in Bunkerville, Nevada. But she wants to refuse to talk about the inappropriate conduct by the BLM, by the federal agents in this case, leading up to what caused the event on April 12th, 2014. She doesn't want to bring any of that in, but she wants to say the American citizens are acting in a childhood playground bullying tactics. They did not take these jobs to be in the sights of fellow American citizens. To me, they took these jobs to harass and show their superiority over the American citizens, to become in a level of power so that they could go around and reenact their childhood playground bullying tactics upon American citizens. At the end of Greg Burleson's sentencing, they also brought up the fact that there's a restitution of $1.5 million that is supposed to be split between all the convicted men. This was a rounded down number. They rounded it down to $1.5 million. She said that this is the restitution for the contracts they paid to the contract cowboys and all the other contracts that they had to enact this roundup of the cattle, and that the American taxpayers need to be repaid for this injustice. I agree. The American taxpayers do need to be repaid for this injustice. They need to be repaid for the injustice that the federal system upstairs is spending millions of their dollars to hide the truth and to railroad American citizens that stood up for constitutional rights, that stood up for American citizens being bullied by these federal agencies. At the end, Greg Burleson was charged with, it looks like 70 years and 3 months. 135 months minimum that she went with, and then the 57. Okay, looks like we came back, so I'm going to repeat this. We're moving to try to get better signal. So once again, he was sentenced to 135 months minimum, so she did go minimum, not maximum there. And then plus the 57 years mandatory minimum, and this is just on the 924C charges. These is the charges, the enhancements for using a firearm in an act of violence. Once again, here is our penal system using mandatory minimums to make sure that people go to prison. Now you think, you know, when you're voting for these mandatory minimums, you think that you're doing the right thing. These violent criminals, they need to have these mandatory minimums. Tell me one case where there was a violent crime that they are not given the time that they deserve. Mandatory minimums, the only purpose of that is to ensure that the American citizens go to jail for lengthy periods so that the federal government and the private prison industry can make money off of these people. I will stand here and say never, never, never vote for a mandatory minimum. There is no reason. If the crime is heinous enough, the judge will enact the right amount of sentence for that crime. There is no reason to put a mandatory minimum in there because the mandatory minimums are just to ensure that they spend extra long amounts of time in jail so that the federal government and the private prison industry can make as much money as possible on them.
So he's going to serve how many total years?
He's going to serve 70 years and 3 months with also 3 years probation after the fact. Now, she was a little more lenient towards Greg inside than she has been to Jerry DeLoomis and other people. I want to say that Greg's point system was very close to Todd's point system, and Todd was only convicted of 2 charges, no 924Cs. So I believe that that's for the pure fact that she fully knows that he will die in prison anyways. Channel 8 News stood outside the courtroom. Of course, they were inside the courtroom for Greg Burleson's sentencing. They only showed up maybe twice the whole last trial, and one of those times was just to get the information on Greg Burleson being a previous FBI informant. This news outlet, they are fake news. They don't even sit in the courtroom and get the truth, and they come down and harass people as they're leaving the courtroom. Greg's parents were trying to leave the courtroom today, and they tried to follow them down and harass them. They were doing an interview with his lawyer and then pulled off as soon as they came out. Luckily, the supporters were here to try to make a barrier so that they could not get to the family. You have to understand that this is very hard for families to sit inside. It was extremely hard for myself to sit inside and listen to the injustices that were going on. And the way I hear it, this was better than Jerry DeLoomis's hearing in the way that the judge was acting. We go back in to have Agent Swanson on the stand, which we will talk about at the end of the day today. Lots of changing of stories going on inside today. I'm going to pass it over to Anthony DePew and let him give his outlook on what happened with Greg today.
I think what I want to explain is how the sentencing process works. So you're convicted of various crimes. So I think what we're going to do is, because we're having a little bit of reception trouble right out here by the road and we don't have a lapel mic, we'll talk about the sentencing process for Greg Burleson, why 57 years was absolutely mandatory minimum, how that got stacked upon him, and then her departure to get him down to 135 months consecutive through the 57 years, which gave him 70 years and a few months. Because we're having reception issues, we'll discuss that in the afternoon.
Like I said, once again, no victim, no crime, no shots were fired, yet these people are charged with 3 different 924Cs. There was initially 4 different 924Cs. They dropped 1 count before we started the first trial inside. I can't push this enough. No victim, no crime. If you ever go to the ballot box and there's a mandatory minimum on there, do not vote for it. There is no reason to add mandatory minimums to anyone. If the crime is heinous enough, the punishment will be heinous as well. So, no reason to vote mandatory minimum. It's being enacted on people, you know, everyday Americans. And once again, the Patriot Act is being used here, the enhancement for terrorism. It's an injustice to the American citizens. What's happening here needs to go everywhere. No victim, no crime.
We've never tried this yet.
Okay. All right, we're going to give this just a second. When you get on here, if you could let me know if you can hear me or not. It says it's live. Okay, can you guys hear me all right? We're trying a new mic here, making sure that it's not too loud. Okay, we can hear me. Okay, so after lunch, we go back in and we still have Ranger Alexander Burke on the stand. She is a very emotional ranger that was in between Post 1, which is up at the top of the road and down at the bridge. She was at the top and then went back. She takes some phone videos and pictures with her phone through binoculars. She says another person with Eric, she identified, before lunch, she identified Todd Engel and Ricky Loveland as working together. She stated that they had pointed weapons at her. Mind you, if they're directly at the wash, pointing weapons at her would be northeast or northwest of the position. It's a very interesting position to be pointing weapons at. She talks about how they were scanning. She says there was a person with black hat, who's Eric, that appeared to be working together because they were near. They had dark clothing, not sure about a gun. Working close by, and she was informed that they mimicked each other's movement. She was informed, it was objected to because She can't talk about third-party people bringing stuff up. She said she was concerned because she could not shoot back because there was innocent people that could be shot with her gunfire. She's very emotional during all of this. She is crying at multiple times. It seemed to me to be real tears, although she converts back to a very harsh and bitter attitude after that. She then enters a video from her iPhone. This is a video of the BLM's exit from a vehicle that's going along. We've only before in the last trial seen video from the protester side of the caravan going out. This is a video coming from a BLM or Park Service person who is in the caravan leaving. I can tell you that one thing that I did see in the video is there was no guns pointed at the caravan. I know they had said this multiple times, talking about people lining the streets, pointing weapons at the BLM convoy. This is the first video we've seen from the convoy itself, and you could see the streets lined. Like I said, there was middle fingers all over the place, but not a weapon pointed at them. She claimed she was in an active shooter experience where I believe she said she shot the person who had shot civilians and then was in active shooting with police, and she said that this situation with the BLM was a worse situation because in her active shooter situation where she actually had to kill someone, murder someone.
She didn't say she killed her.
She did say she shot him, right? Oh, okay, so when she shot someone, she didn't say that they passed away. So when she actually shot them, she was responding to that, so it wasn't as scary or critical of a situation because this situation, the people were coming to her, so she felt more on the defense, or that was a worse situation for her. I felt that was interesting because there's no shots fired here, but an active shooter situation where she actually had to shoot someone, there was. In cross-examination, her story goes back and forth unbelievably. She says she can't recall any times. That the whole day is up in the air. She can't recall any time. She won't commit to any time. She won't commit to many answers in cross-examination. I would say hostile witness in cross-examination. She's trying to give them absolutely nothing, but in doing so, she pretty much perjured herself. She said that people were screaming obscenities, that there were men with guns. She was asked about when she saw Ricky and Todd on the bridge, if she saw Nevada Highway Patrol. She said multiple times that she didn't see Nevada Highway Patrol, that they weren't there when she saw the two of them pointing weapons at her from the bridge. But then when they start in cross-examination, all of a sudden it goes from no, they weren't there to I didn't notice them. Now, they brought up the video from the Nevada Highway Patrol. They brought up the fact that they were wearing bright green or bright yellow vests directing traffic, that the vehicles were right there. She just continues on with her story that she did not see them. She doesn't know if it was before or after. Like we said before, Todd Engel for himself was videoed the entire duration of the event, and there's never a video where he's actually pointing a weapon, so I don't really know, like, it pretty much perjured her. I know that the jury has seen that. They've seen that just recently, so they knew going into this that that actually wasn't depicted on the video. They talked about the briefing the night before, the fact that she was up all night. This is the first time this has been brought up in this trial, that she tried to get some sleep, maybe got a few hours, and this goes back and forth. Oh, I was trying to sleep, I had my earpiece in, it made it very difficult, but she was able to get a few hours, is what she said. She met with the U.S. Attorney's Office 3 times and the FBI at the same time. Marchese gets up to ask about how she drove from one area to the other. There's immediately an objection when he asks about who the people were around her in that position, and a sidebar, which was overruled and they had to move on. She goes to identify the spot where the guys who were pointing weapons were at, and this is not on the bridge, it's a bit further back. We're talking about Todd Engel and Ricky Loveland here. She has trouble marking the screen because it was not on the exact timestamp where the government had her mark the screen. So she marks the screen, and then she's like, wait, hold on, I'm a little confused here. And then the prosecution says, well, this isn't the exact same timestamp that we used. You need to move it back, what was it, 13 seconds? You need to move the video back 13 seconds so she can accurately mark the screen. And then when she accurately marks the screen, it's right on a spot. So to me, that shows that she was coached into this. She was shown where to mark, and when you don't have the picture at the exact same timestamp, she can't mark it appropriately. Then she says she saw the black hat in the crowd at a high ready, which she's stating with her arms in the courtroom that he had his gun up to his nose. Also, lots of video footage, nothing that shows that. And that she saw this from her position. When asked about the time frame, she said about 20 seconds, and then he went out of view. They were asked about the MOAs again, and the black hat, white patch, did not mention facial hair or a body vest. At this time, FBI agents on the prosecution side are staring at us intently, trying to intimidate us. I've seen this happen, especially to me directly, all the time, but I'm going to start marking it, trying to get time stamps of how long they're going to do this and bring it up, because we're not going to be intimidated. Then we go to the jury questions. At any time that you were on the scene, did you see the men saying anything to you or your rangers? I don't know what men they were talking about, if they were talking about the gunmen or not, but she said she heard people say, F off, get the F out of here, basically what, the group was chanting to them. Did you hear anything from the people on the ground say anything to you? So to me, the first question was about the guys actually making threats. They were so far away that was not possible. People on the ground were what she actually responded to the first question. Do park rangers have body armor? Yes. Do you carry any type of armor? She breaks down crying again. She says, after this issue, we were issued better body armor because the high-powered rounds would have made it through the body armor that they were currently wearing. Then the next question, and this is all from the same person, do you carry more powerful arms in your vehicles? She talked about her AR-15 and 870 shotgun. The judge asked then if she was wearing the body armor, and it was yes. When you saw weapons pointed at you, did you report it to dispatch? No. What type of law enforcement, if you have weapons pointed at your direction, if you're like, these people are pointing weapons at me, do you not report that to dispatch? Why wasn't the report filled out on the same day? She said she was in a stressful situation. They had to escape, and when they got back to the hotel room, they still weren't safe. They had to continue on. So she said
for 3 days.
For 3 days, they were still not safe until she got back to actually making her report. And even then, 3 days later, it still wasn't a full report because she was still shooken up. Being in the lower low wash, looking up at the North Highway, the position of the guns pointing down, did they look in the low ready position? This was confusing because she wasn't in the low wash, but she did say yes, they did look at the low ready position. She could see black hat pointing at her fellow officers, she said. Could you see the finger on the trigger? She said no, it was from too far away, but she was assured that it was there, even though a few days ago in court, they went through all the pictures and it blew them all up and you could tell the finger was not on the trigger. What is the difference between camo on a regular day versus camo here? She said any day she runs into people in camo while they're hunting. She has to do this on a regular basis. But that's different because those people are using the camo in a hunting position, whereas these people are using camo to hide. Do you think, who do you think was the incident commander? She then says to the judge, well, or my incident commander or the incident commander of the event? And she said, your incident commander. She says, Don Miller was originally, but then he had to go back, no, Ranger Johnson was originally, but then he had to go back, so it was Don Miller that day. They asked, were you in regular communication with the incident commander? She said yes, but she did say that she had to actually leave her position to go speak with him. She was asked if she was told that Nevada Highway Patrol was in the area, and she could not remember. Once again, being a hostile witness, not wanting to answer questions truthfully. Were you aware when you observed the man with long guns, Metro was there to support the BLM? She said yes. When you saw a black hat scanning the crowd, could he have been using his scope as binocs? She went to say that it's a possibility, but being in a hunting position, she teaches hunter safety, that you absolutely never use your scope as binocs because you do not point your weapon at something you are not ready to shoot at. What happened with Swanson at the last trial when he said that he used his binocs for over an hour, I want to say multiple hours, using his scope as binocs, and that's his reasoning for why he was pointing weapons at the protesters. And here we have someone who's a hunter safety person come in and testify in this trial that you should never do that. I mean, it's a possibility, but anyone trained with weapons would know that you're never supposed to point your weapon in an unsafe direction. So that was a really good thing to come out in court today. Did the three guys with guns have scopes on their weapons? She said she couldn't see that. As soon as she saw long guns, all she could see was the end of the barrel. And what she's saying here is she's envisioning the end of the barrel as soon as she sees a long gun. So how can you take anything she's saying credible if as soon as she sees a gun, she's immediately seeing the end of that barrel pointed at her? And she can't even tell if there's a scope or not. Without long distance training in scopes, would it have been difficult to make the shot if you were the target? She immediately says that she couldn't have made the shot because there were so many people around. The judge has to correct her and say, if you were the target. Then she says, well, it doesn't matter if they could hit me, they could have hit another officer around me so they could make the shot, but it would have been impossible for me. Next question, how many women and children were in the wash? She said she could not give a direct number, but one was enough.
Too many.
One was too many. One too many. How did you and your colleagues calm down the crowd that was screaming? She said, I don't know we did. We just disengaged. So once again, here we have the BLM not trying to de-escalate the situation at all, but escalating the situation with their actions. You indicated two men were pointing weapons in your position. What did you do? She said she ducked. Next, the government calls Officer Sean Cox. He is with the U.S. Park Police from Washington. He is with, provides security for the ICP. He was supposed to be on the transport team, providing security for the cattle transport. So in the front or the back, transporting the cattle. His team is made to deal with large groups. That's what they're designed for. He did say that they're designed to deal with non-violent groups. Like most of their gear has to do with non-violent groups, like the pepper ball, the plastic shields, if people were throwing bottles or rocks at them, not actual weapons. He did not see threatening in nature. Civilians started to yell at them. They could have thrown anything from the southbound bridge. Although nothing was thrown from the southbound bridge, it's a threat because something could have been thrown from the southbound bridge. They did not want to make contact. They were just trying to keep them out. They made that gate. They weren't going to talk to the protesters. They were just going to make sure that they stayed out. He talks about men on the northbound bridge with weapons. I want to mention here that the courtroom has changed quite a bit. So here we have 4 defendants instead of 6. We have 4 defendants with 4 lawyers. On the prosecution side, we have 3 prosecutors, followed by 9 people on the defense side. So I want to say there is 5 FBI agents and 2 court helpers that sit behind them. If you count the judge who's also working on the prosecution, that's 10-4. So here we've had them stack the jury against us. It's a 10-4 kind of situation inside the courtroom. Everything's done outside the jury's eyes. They've made a motion to stop anyone from talking about any BLM misconduct or aggressiveness from them, and we're not allowed to talk about the defendant's state of mind. I mean, at what point does it get to be overkill here, and do people actually stand up and be like, what is going on? You know, where is a fair trial? There is no such thing as a fair trial. I don't even believe it is possible.
And Andrea, wasn't the first trial 6 weeks?
Yes.
6 weeks for 6 men, and now we're having 8 to 12 weeks for 4 men?
Yeah, so she's mentioning that the first trial was 6 weeks for 6 men, and this is 8 to 12 for 4, but I believe that's because the defense is going to be actually allowed to call witnesses this time. Most of those 6 weeks, I would say at least 5.5 of those 6 weeks for the prosecution, so hopefully the defense will get a little more time. Tanasi on cross-examination talked about these people. He picked these people out because they had the high ground, because they had guns and because they were wearing vests. Nothing that they were doing, it was how they were dressed. They were picked out of this crowd because of where they were and how they were dressed. This goes back once again to you are being profiled and you are being charged for a thought crime, for what they think you could do, what that crime that they think you're going to commit. Here we have a situation where the situation went full load. It went all the way through from beginning to end. No violence happened, no shots fired, but they are still prosecuting based on crimes that they thought you might commit. So here we have, once again, no victim, no crime. Who's the victim here? These people were doing their job, a job that they signed up to do. They were following orders. There was no shots fired. And yet here we are in the courtroom being railroaded. They were talking about the Gold Butte, the fact that it was being reopened, the fact that... And he tries to go back and forth with this. Well, I don't know what I was exactly told. Well, I wasn't told that. I was here to transport the cattle. So once again, what we're seeing is either inside they're lying and they're preventing information, or our government works in such a way that they keep everyone from knowing what everyone else is doing, because if the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, the government can get away with things without the little peons knowing what's going on. And they will have people executing unlawful orders because they don't know that they're unlawful orders. So what's going on inside? Is this gentleman lying to the jury and lying to us under oath? That's another thing is, we heard the oath quite a few times. Do you promise, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? But the whole truth is not allowed up in the courtroom. Even if they are telling truth, it's not the whole truth, so that's a lie. That's a facade, and it's a lie, and it's meant to distract the jury and make them think they're getting the truth. Leventhal got up and talked about the 2 vulnerable areas. They initialized these 2 vulnerable areas as being the 15 because it had the higher ground and under the wash because it was egress and ingress. And that was picked out before anyone had even gotten there. Then they talk about all the gear that the park police bring with them, long guns, rifles, less than lethal force, pepper ball, tasers, helmets, shirts, vests, visors, goggles, all that kind of stuff. They bring up a picture, point out the people, and now these set team members, they look like they are in war. They are in full green from head to toe. You can't even see their faces. You can't even decipher who they are. They look like mass mercenaries, basically. Hired mercenaries is what they look like. And they are using these people on citizens. Do you send mercenaries, people who look like mercenaries, out to deal with crowd control? Why would you do that? Would that not escalate a situation? I'm sorry, but if you're in a giant crowd and some guy comes up, you can't even identify him. He's head to toe in green and you can't even see, you can maybe see his eyes. I think that would immediately put me on alert. So I'm not sure if that's normally what they're wearing when they go to these crowd controls, or if they were specially outfitted for this alone to escalate the situation and had no thoughts or even concern to de-escalate the situation, which is what every single one of those officers has testified inside today. I'm going to go around, we've got some new people here today. I was going to bring Donna Hammond in to see what she thought of today. Come on over.
Thanks, Andrea. I was really excited to be here. But I wanted to kind of fill in at one question I think that was important that you missed, that the jury had asked. They asked the BLM officer, gal, Alexandra Burke.
Yes.
Why did you move closer to get photos if you felt so scared?
Exactly. Great question.
And I don't think she answered it. I didn't write down an answer, but
it wasn't clear.
yeah, I think they let her pass.
No, she actually did answer. She said, well, at that moment, she wasn't in pure danger, and that there were 2 people already at that lice post that had weapons to cover her, so she felt like she could go up and do that. So what do you think? I know that you had experienced the Portland trials. What do you think versus this trial versus the Portland trials?
Well, first of all, recognizing that they're allowing the jurors to ask questions, I was shocked and yet pleased, because they are asking questions that obviously the defense doesn't get to. Now, the two questions that came up that Navarro wouldn't answer, I thought, oh my gosh, if they don't catch that in their hearts as a problem, they're not paying attention. But when they asked, is it not, more or less, is it not legal in Nevada to open carry? And she declined to answer that or have anybody else answer that, on account it would take a couple of days to decipher for you and give you all the if this, if that, you know, well maybe, and little scenarios to help explain it. The law isn't that hard.
Well, she also threw in there, but I can guarantee you all that these gentlemen are not being charged with merely open carrying in public. So she really did try to like backhanded do that to the jury, but I'm sure they did catch it.
The whole thing is about the guns, the gunmen, and if it's legal in Nevada to open carry long gun too, then what are we here for? Because that's what everything is pointed at, the guns, and oh, it made me scared.
And thought crimes, what you could have done with guns, even though they didn't do it.
Their imagination is running amok.
Exactly.
For being trained federal officers with 15, 20 years experience, they shouldn't be afraid. They should not go into immediate, I was afraid for my life.
and crying off and on. She was really quite an actor, because after she was done crying, she would go to this bitter, stern attitude. Yes.
Yeah. She was not very credible after watching that whole show.
So what do you think? Do you think Portland's judge was more biased, or our judge up there was more biased?
Well, that's a tough one. They both are. They both are. It's quite obvious, and you actually have to come and experience this to see the bias, because you're not going to get it except from Andrea or one of the rest of us standing around. But when you actually witness it, it's highly disgusting. It makes you want to just spit.
Totally different. So once again, there you go. It's not a case problem. It's a judicial system problem. This is something that is happening not just here, not just in Portland, all around the United States. Our justice system is broken. Truth is not allowed in the courtroom. If they want you in prison because the private prison, they're making money off of our children, they're making money off of our people. If they want you in prison, that they're going to do it. And if it takes keeping the truth out of the courtroom, that's what they're going to do. They're going to stack everything against you, and it's not a single problem. It's not a one-case thing. It's our whole judicial system. If a judge can be appointed and is there forever, that's an issue. Just like law enforcement, just like we want our law enforcement to be held to the same rules and regulations we want our judges to be held to a higher standard as well. They should have to adhere for any mistake that they make, because people's lives are on the line when they make a mistake. Just like law enforcement, people's lives are on the line when they make a mistake. Well, thank you for coming. Are you going to be here tomorrow too?
I will.
All right. Well, thank you for coming down. Does anyone else want to come on and say what they thought today?
Come say hello.
Come say hello, you guys.
Hey, I want to say something about what you said about the judiciary, Andrea. You know, I'd like to encourage everyone to go to YouTube and look up a show called Longines Chronoscope. I mean, it was by the Longines watchmakers, and it was 1952, and I believe the one you can look up will say Congressman Keating, before the Keating, you know, the savings and loan scandal. And this is a great interview because what they say to this man, this is a news program, kind of, it was conservative for them, but they weren't really conservatives. It was just 1952, everyone looked conservative. And they said to this man, he was on the judicial subcommittee overseeing the Department of Justice. And they said, isn't it true that if a totalitarian regime was to get a foothold, that they would first need to take over the Department of Justice? And he said, yes, and the police, because they have to be able to control the interior. And then they back up and say, well, I'm not saying that's what's happening, and they smile. But then they go back and say, but that's exactly what they would need to happen.
And that's what we've already seen has already happened. It's already done and over, people. What's going on upstairs and what I've seen since I've gotten on here and what I've heard from many people that have come down here and told their stories, it's happening. It's happening all over the United States. Our judicial system is broken. It needs a full one-over. This is not something that's a quick fix. This is something where we need to start holding these people accountable for the injustices they are doing in our country. I think that's all I have for you guys today. Once again, Greg Burleson is getting sentenced tomorrow morning at 8 in the morning. Court for us doesn't start till 10:30, so we will have Greg Burleson sentencing going on in the morning. We've got a good crowd, a bunch of people that have come from all over the place, you know, Oregon. We have people from South Dakota even come to watch the injustice and support our people inside. So we've got Greg Burleson sentencing tomorrow morning, and then we will start at 10:30. So we may do a quick update after Greg Burleson and not do a lunch update because we won't be in there very long. We'll just have to see how it goes. All right, thanks everyone. And remember, no victim, no crime. Let's get this tweeted out there, hashtag no victim, no crime. All right, so we are at our lunch break. We go inside today and Judge Gloria Navarro is having an identity crisis. She can't tell if she's a judge or an additional prosecutor. She flip-flops this entire trial, trying to be unbiased, but really pushing for the prosecution. At times, she seems like the fourth prosecutor in this courtroom today. Could it be the fact that her husband is a prosecutor? Could it be a fact that she's appointed by Harry Reid, the person who has orchestrated this event on the Bundys and the political prisoners? We're not sure, but you can definitely tell that she's fighting her identity crisis inside as she pulls back and forth with trying to be unbiased and being a full-on prosecutor from the bench. We've had her ask multiple questions on the inside, always to figure out and help elaborate on the prosecution's points and getting their points across to the jury. I will go hand it over to Anthony about what happened as we walked in the courtroom this morning.
So we walked into the courtroom this morning, and the first item of business was something outside of the presence of the jury. And it was the lead prosecutor, Steve Myrie, stands up and says, we have an issue with something that was said the day before. And the day before, a U.S. Forest Service employee with the last name Shilley gave his testimony. And his testimony is that he pulled over after the bridge, he got out, and he started taking pictures. And at some point during the jury follow-up, they were asked a question. Shilley was asked if he had any fear. And he said, well, yes, I had fear. It was Richard Tanasi, a representation for Stephen Stewart, who cross-examined him and said, well, what exactly were you scared of? Because when you got to the bridge, everybody was standing up. You took a picture of some BLM agents down in the wash, and then you turned and panned back around, and now there are people laying on this bridge. So what exactly were you scared of? And he made the statement at the end, alluded to the fact that maybe he was scared of the fact that the government was pointing weapons at him. Maybe that's what he was scared of. And of course, there was an objection. There was a juror that had to leave early. Another counsel had to get out of the courtroom quickly, so it was brought up this morning. And Steve Myrie says, we think that what Richard Tanasi did was a direct contravention to a court order determined before the proceedings that the behavior of the federal government cannot be used as evidence in the case. And he's saying that what Tanasi said was in direct contravention to that court order, that it was calculated, it was malicious, and that he wanted to enact sanctions. Tanasi got an opportunity to defend his line of questioning, which he did just fine. In one of the sanctions, he said, Steve Myrie says, we're not going to ask for a mistrial. But we would like, as a potential sanction that we're contemplating, is to ask the court to allow us to review defendants' closing arguments before they're given. So now you've got the government charging men with a litany of crimes, saying that the behavior of the federal government is completely irrelevant in the case. You can't speak to your state of mind because it's a veiled attempt at jury nullification. And before you explain to the jury in your closing arguments to wrap everything up and why they should acquit you of these charges, by the way, the government needs to take a look at that first and make sure that it's not in contravention to some court order. It's absolutely unheard of. We asked one of the attorneys during a break, at any point in your career, has the government ever asked to review your closing statement? I can't repeat everything he said, but basically, no, it's never happened.
All right, so we go into the cross-examination of Shannon Serena, and we're with Leventhal, the last person to cross-examine him. He brings up the fact that he said BDU, and BDU in the back of the truck. He asked him to explain what BDU meant battle-ready uniforms. Then he shows a picture of the men at the stage and says, well, would this be considered BDU? And he says yes, and they're in full camo, head to toe, which we know the people in the back of that truck were not. Then he brings up the fact that as he's going with his lights and sirens, that truck actually pulls aside, not trying to make way for this officer. He said after the briefing, he went to the wash believing there was officers being held at gunpoint. But the truck got there after he did. He's seen the truck pulls over, he goes by the truck. So that truck full of people, which has all the defendants in the courtroom in that truck, actually arrived to the scene after this officer. He was also asked if his camera in his vehicle was rolling the entire time. He said he thought it was, but they chose to show mostly Madsen's dash cam and not his. He said that his has a mic, so that if he was talking to a driver, it would pick up the conversation on his dash cam. Then he goes in, Leventhal tries to bring another piece of evidence as a part of his dash cam. The judge makes Leventhal jump hoops, asking questions over and over, playing the whole entirety of the video for him, this, that, and the other thing to get him to enter this. Then the government objects to the relevance because the tape is after the BLM has already left. They had an objection. They went to a sidebar, and we were actually overruled and got to bring this piece of evidence, only from 7 minutes to 8 minutes. So they play the video. A man with a long gun walks up. He says, thank you. The guy, Serena, goes over to his vehicle and says on the radio, everything down here is peaceful. Everyone is happy. All is good. The government then gets up for recross and says, of course at that time, everyone is good. The people with guns already got what they wanted. Tensions have already lowered. So what the defense did by asking about fear is against a court order, but the government can get up and say, well, of course it is, because all the people with guns already got what they wanted. And that his mission was to keep the peace. Also, that reports, the purpose of a report is for a general overview. Trying to say, well, if some pertinent information doesn't make it into the report, well, it's just a general overview. Then we go into the jury questions. A lot of the jury questions were similar. He had very long-winded answers, and all of his answers were very contradictory. He kept going back and forth on different topics, and it was, to me, it was confusing. I'm sure it confused the jury and probably discredited himself a little. So I'm just going to quickly read through them. Do you or anyone controlling traffic ever stop traffic fully? He said yes, for 1 minute. They stopped traffic fully to help the protesters cross the road to watch the cattle go home. That was the only time it was ever stopped fully. If your higher officers knew there were people being held at gunpoint, why did they not send reinforcements? He said he was the reinforcement. At what time were you informed the officers were being held at gunpoint? He says he does not know, but sometime before his dash cam came on when he was back at the shop when they left. I can't remember what it was called. To your knowledge, was that statement accurate when you arrived? He said he did not see that when he arrived. His first task was to get traffic moving again. He didn't want to see people getting stuck in traffic. Did you observe anyone pointing guns from the wash, aiming guns at the bridge? No. Did you see anyone from aiming guns at the BLM from the wash, not from the bridge? No. At any time were guns on the bridge pointed at you or your other officers? No. Of course, they're long-winded answers. I'm making this short for this. At any time were people with guns asked about their guns or the purpose or intent of carrying those guns? He said no, tensions were high and they already fully knew why the people had their guns. Are citizens allowed to open carry in public? The judge answers this one. It goes to a legal standing, but I can guarantee you this case is not about that. None of these defendants are charged with merely open carrying in public. When you initially encountered the men with the long guns, did you assess the situation? He said yes, and his assessment was that they could be in danger at any time. Did you relay that to the supervisor? No, there was no comms. They couldn't get that through. Another question, did you know another organization that was there that would wear military clothing? He said no, I don't think he understood that. I'm sure they were talking about like the Oath Keepers or militia. He did say militia often wear that, but I know he wasn't picking out a specific organization. Was there a plan to clear the unarmed people out of the area that day? The plan was to release the cattle and that the people would leave on their own after the cattle were released. Did you see the defendants holding any BLM at gunpoint? The answer was no. Were you armed? The answer was yes. The men who approached you, were they hostile or aggressive towards you? No, they were stern but not hostile or aggressive. He said at one point he couldn't tell the good guys from the bad guys. He felt like saying, hey, could we do shirts versus skins, so he could tell the good guys from the bad guys. We all know what side the BLM would have been on that day, but he's trying to misconstrue that to the jury. Did they threaten you in any way? No. What did they say to you? That called for hearsay, and she wouldn't let him answer. Did you see any of the defendants block the road with a truck? No. But it did say people with guns were blocking traffic. If you were responding to officers in danger, why was your demeanor so calm and laid back? He goes to say that his demeanor was based on, the people who treat him with respect get treated with respect back. If they're nice, he's pleasant. That his demeanor was that way so that he didn't escalate the situation. You testified people with armed assault rifles. What makes a gun an assault rifle? He says the amount of ammo it can hold and the fact that it can shoot rapidly. Is there a prohibition against owning an assault rifle in Nevada? Once again, the judge says that this is not what the trial is about. This is not what they're charged on. Is it unusual for people to be wearing BDU on Saturdays in Vegas? He said one or two. That's not unusual. In mass like this, it is. You indicated you were fearful. Where is the bias for this fear? Have you ever been in a situation like this? He said he was afraid he was going to be shot and killed. Have you ever been involved with a civilian volatile situation? He said yes, but would you give an exact description of that? You indicated that dispatch had told you that officers were being held at gunpoint. Did they raise the fear level? He talked about his fear level when he got there, that it was continually going up. At this point, he said we had civilians being stopped at gunpoint who really just wanted out of there. And so he's turned this, for now his main point wasn't just traffic, but these civilians were being stopped in their vehicles at gunpoint, and they needed to get out of there. And so that was his main concern, is to get those civilians out of there. We've seen lots of video footage. There's millions of pictures, lots of video footage. Nowhere have I ever seen anyone get stopped at gunpoint. There's a lot of jury questions. Did you tell dispatch that the issue was not that when you got on the ground? He said no. And then it was asked who was the incident commander. Captain Jackson was the incident commander of the Nevada Highway Patrol. Once again, if you're calling on Serena, his captain the day of was Captain Jackson. I'm not sure if that helps any. Duties changed to support officers being held at gunpoint. Were you checking in on that situation after you got there? He said no. Did Mr. Serena personally see any weapons being pointed at the BLM? He said he saw guns being pointed over the barrier, but he could not see the BLM from where he was at on the bridge. This is important information. He says he was on the bridge and he couldn't even see the BLM. You said you responded to a call to assist LEOs being held at gunpoint. What they had superior gunfire and he was in a shock and awe situation. He tried 57. When you have you been trained to de-escalate the situation? He goes back to the same answer about his demeanor and that's part of it. Perez then gets up for another cross question. From your vantage point, you never saw the BLM from the North Brown Bridge. Could you see under the South Brown Bridge? His answer was no, he couldn't see that. Then the government calls Ranger Alexander Burke. She is going on and testifying that she saw Ricky and Todd Engel point weapons at her. She took pictures of them from her phone through her binoculars. Then she is stating that she saw Eric Parker point weapons at her. Now, mind you, she is between post 1 and the gate under the southbound bridge. She is that would be a diagonal from the bridge that would almost be invisible from the bridge. And she's stating it's the same spot Shalakis was in the Shalakis videos. And she's saying that she could see, she has identified so far Todd Engel, Ricky Loveland, and Eric Parker. She had pictures of Todd Engel and Eric Parker, but she did not, or Todd Engel and Ricky Loveland, but did not have a picture of Eric Parker. And she has been very emotional during her testimony. She said she got to that position to take cover. She testifies that she deals with people with weapons on a daily basis. So we'll have to get back in there. She also testified when she saw Ricky and Todd that they were there without Nevada Highway Patrol, but we just know after Serena that they weren't there until after Nevada Highway Patrol was there. So she's already caught in a lie immediately. We'll have to see if they can bring that up and perjure her with that. So.
And you should specify the pictures don't show any pointing of weapons.
Oh yeah, and the pictures themselves do not show pointing of weapons of any type. It just shows people on the bridge. In fact, they're through binoculars, from a phone through binoculars at a long distance. She stated she did not have good firepower to shoot from that position in a very tearful state, and that she didn't have long-range weapon expertise. I'm pretty sure that they didn't have long-range weapons that could reach them from where they were at either. So we'll see where this goes. She is still in direct examination when we go back after lunch. Another thing I wanted to bring up is here what we have here is the government is charging you with thought crimes. They are charging you with a crime they believe could have been committed. They are not charging with actual crimes. There is no victim here, so there is no crime. They're arrested 2 years after the fact. They're bringing in tearful people, you know, that are totally new from the last trial. They're bringing all of this evidence in. We had the aerial gentleman bring in his evidence and then say, well, he couldn't see that when he was filming it. He was only shown that by the FBI afterwards. So what we have here is worse than the Minority Report movie, like what we live in today. It's a facade. This court system, this court here in the federal system is a joke. It's a play. It's a production for we the people. And if we don't stand up and do something about this, what are you going to be charged with for thinking about next? So remember, no victim, no crime. Let's push back on these people.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Speaking of which, going back to Alexandra Burke, the bulk of her testimony is that people pointed weapons at her. They pointed weapons. From her vantage point, from a very long distance, people pointed weapons. And finally, she was asked to clarify that. And they said, what was the threat? The threat was guys with guns. That was all she said. The threat that day to her was guys with guns. And when she was pressed about it, she pointed out that, well, the weapon that was pointed at her, it was in the low ready position. There was a weapon low ready, and that is what was pointed at her. And that was for Ricky and Todd. She comes back, and now she's saying that Eric affirmatively, in what she calls a high ready position, has over a concrete barrier pointed the weapon at her. Now granted, from where anybody in the northbound bridge would be standing looking at the wash, that would be at about a 45-degree angle to the left of where this lady was. She's saying that these people stood up over a barrier, pointed a weapon at her, and then panned and scanned for other targets. It's absurd. There's no video or photographic evidence to support any of this, but she's crying, she's emotional, and she's scared of guys with guns. Your Second Amendment is being criminalized, and I think people think maybe we embellish it. My encouragement would be to get off your ass and come down here and see it for yourself, because it's really serious.
All right, so we are here at the end of day for the courtroom trial today. After lunch, we had Trey Shilley come in. He is a Park Service employee that was driving from Las Vegas. He was on a vacation from Las Vegas to Denver, Colorado. He was driving on the road when this happened. He saw it happen. He stopped. He took pictures of people on the bridge. Just for a quick moment, can you guys hear me? Okay. He took pictures of Eric prone on the bridge, talking about the fact that his barrel was in between the concrete structure, that he was pointing his rifle towards the wash. He said, did the other men have firearms? I don't recall. He was pointing it towards the fence and the BLM. At this point, we find out in the courtroom that it does not have to be a law enforcement to see and perceive a threat for it to be a crime. So they are using this gentleman as the person that sees Eric Parker pointing his weapon and saying that he is the one that perceives this crime, and him perceiving that crime is Eric threatening law enforcement, even though this gentleman's not law enforcement. Law enforcement didn't know. If this guy perceives a threat for law enforcement, that means that he threatened law enforcement. So once again, rules are changing up in the courtroom. In cross-examination, Marchese did a wonderful job. He went in and brought all the pictures. There's maybe 8 pictures. He asked if they were in chronological order. He talked about the protesters at the gate. He talked about the man on the bridge in prone. That's Eric. He pointed multiple times to the picture and the fact that his finger is not on the trigger. It's not in the little trigger area, and he's not on the trigger. He talked about the white hat, black hat, all these tan hats, people with different hats, people that were crouched down, people that didn't have weapons. I believe that he's going towards the aerial footage where they're like, well, here's 3 people, and you can see 2 were crouched down. He's claiming 1 is prone. They're proving right here that there were other people crouched, there were other people back there are other people on different hats. And then we get to Nazi. You testified you were in fear of law enforcement officers. Talked about how he met with the FBI, but he did not tell them that he was in fear of the law enforcement officers. This was objected to because, once again, it wasn't a report he wrote himself. It was a report the FBI wrote, and they can't say, they can't judge, well, if the question wasn't asked and then the information wasn't given. He met with the U.S. Attorney's Office 3 times and the FBI 4 times. Once again, this is a Park Service employee from Denver, Colorado, I believe. Forest Service employee from Denver, Colorado. And he is testifying that he saw Eric pointing weapons at the law enforcement. Leventhal goes in cross. He spent 35 to 40 minutes in traffic and only to about 10 to 15 on the bridge. That he only saw 15 to 20 law enforcement officers. He shows a picture of protesters in the wash and the point where they moved up. He points out, he blows it up and points out that there's people at the gate. He points in the picture before when the protesters are further back, there's not people at the gate. Then brings up the fact, well, did BLM come up to the gate and that caused the entire crowd to move forward? He wasn't able to answer that. Once again, he points to different hats, crouched, and talks about the movement. He shows Nevada Highway Patrol in the gentleman's pictures. And he asked them, if you perceived a threat, why did you not then go down to the Nevada Highway Patrol and let them know about your threat? Instead, you got into your car and continued on to Denver. You didn't call the ambulance, you didn't call 911 and tell them about this threat. You didn't go down to Nevada Highway Patrol. He says, well, because there were so many officers around, he figured everyone already knew. He talked about the aerial officers and figuring that that was law enforcement because they would have access to those type of uses. And redirect, of course, the government always asks if the U.S. attorneys or FBI ever ask them to do anything other than tell the truth. Then we go into our jury questions. The first one, did you witness Parker pointing his weapon at a certain person or a general area? It was general area. Next question, if you were concerned for the safety of the people, why didn't you go to law enforcement on the bridge? So not only in cross-examination, but the jury is also getting on him for this. The next one,
Did he ask anyone on the bridge why they were there or anything about what was going on? The answer was no. The only person he talked to was the friend he showed up with. Next question. Did the FBI know you had photos on the bridge? Did you give them to them voluntarily? He told that he worked for the Park Service. He gave the Park Service his photos the next business day because he saw it on the news, and then they contacted the FBI, so yes, he did give it voluntarily. 42. Why didn't you tell law enforcement about the prone guy on the bridge? He assumed everyone had seen what he had seen. The next question. Are the defendants being tried together or separately? The judge didn't want to answer this. She said she would give the information at the end, but to not leave them in questioning. They are all being tried separately on same counts. You can say if one person did or one person didn't. Number 44, did they talk with anyone on the bridge? No, once again, only his friend. So we have two jurors that are like, well, you didn't even ask anyone what they were doing there or what was going on. Number 45, you feared for law enforcement. Did you also fear for yourself? He said yes. Towards the end of the 10 minutes, they wouldn't let him go into it because obviously it goes into the BLM's actions. Then we go back into cross again. Leventhal's asking about a fear and that how he knew the aerial surveillance was law enforcement. They have access to that. Marchese went into, like, you never asked anyone on the bridge what was going on. He asked if he did independent research, how he got to know to turn his photos in. He said yes. They didn't let him go into too much about it, but it seems that he had seen the similar pictures. That was objected to, and he couldn't finish that line of questioning. Genasi got up and said, Parker did not point his weapon at you. And he said no. The only people who pointed weapons were the BLM. That was objected to. He could not finish that answer. The judge. In the first picture, everyone is standing and no one is pointing a gun. Then you see the prone man. After the picture in the wash, the gentleman says. So the judge, once again, is trying to clarify things for the prosecution and moving things along. The last trial, the judge, I don't remember the judge asking a single question, maybe two or three. We've had so many questions from the judge in here, clarifying things for the jury, clarifying things for the prosecution. It's kind of ridiculous. Next, they call Shannon Serena from Nevada Highway Patrol. This gentleman testified last trial. And I am here to call, we want to call for the arrest of Shannon Serena for perjury. He has perjured himself on the stand, and I ask each and every one of you to call up Nevada Highway Patrol and ask them if it is their policy to have their officers go in and perjure themselves in the courtroom. And here is where his perjury is. He stated that in the morning of the 12th, he was at the Moapa substation. He was there to put up a K-rail system to help the BLM exit the area. But then his duties changed. His duties changed because he was then put on to go assist officers being held at gunpoint, and that he and his crew were to go assist them. This happened at 11 something in the morning. There was no people down there pointing weapons yet, so there is no possible way that he was told that he needed to go assist officers who were being held at gunpoint. That is terms for perjury, and I ask each and every one of you to call and put the pressure on, Sergeant Shannon Serena from Nevada Highway Patrol. If we don't hold these law enforcement officers to a higher standard than regular everyday citizens, this is not going to stop. We have to hold them to the law just as much as we're held to the law. They cannot go in. This gentleman testified in the last trial. His testimony today has been 100% the opposite of what he was testifying last time. He is now testifying that Todd Engel was pointing his weapon over the barrier. But perjury has to be something serious. Perjury has to be something that you can actually prove. But I can guarantee you that we can prove that there is no way when he left the Moapa substation that he was going to assist officers being held at gunpoint. And that is what he testified today inside the courtroom, and that's what we need to be pushing. So please, everyone, if anyone is out there, you can look up the Nevada Highway Patrol phone number, put it in this live stream. Please call them and ask them if this is policy, that they allow their officers to go in and perjure themselves in the courtroom. Okay, now I'm going to go into his testimony. So at 11:30, 6:09 a.m. And this is as he's leaving, after he's already been told that he's going to assist officers being held at gunpoint. Traffic got heavier and he was going. He sees a person in the roadway stopping traffic, walking back and forth through the traffic with an assault rifle. This is news to me. This is new to his testimony last time. He had to make a decision to go down the middle of the road because traffic is so thick he couldn't get people to pull over. And that was a danger to him because on the sides of the roads and all the vehicles, there were people in military outfits with weapons all staring at him and his officers, so that or looking at them, and that made them very intimidated. Once again, earlier testimony and all the other testimony from this trial and previous trial is that not everyone was in military camo gear. In fact, most people weren't. So he's testifying that most people were. He gets to the northbound and points out Todd. He noticed him because he had a gun, and he comes up to him and has a conversation and tells him about people with rifles aiming them at him. So Todd is telling Serena this. Then another person shows up. That's Ricky Loveling. Immediately Todd stops talking to him after he shows up. He was concerned about the men because they were both heavily armed and not very friendly. Okay, so there's two different things. First, that testimony matches with the testimony from the last trial up until the point where he says they were not very friendly. He stated that Todd was very helpful for him the entire time, that he was talkative to him up until the point where Ricky came up on the bridge. Now, he didn't elaborate on why that changed. Maybe the situation down in the wash was changing. Then he says that Todd stuck his rifle bearer over the barrier and started pointing it into the wash. And then he makes excuses for why his back was pointed at any time to the Todd and the others, and then people on this side, because they really attacked his testimony in the first trial based on where he was facing and how he could see if he was so concerned about these people, why he would put his back to them. Then he was said that he only had 6 to 7 Nevada Highway Patrol and another group of 6 to 7, so roughly only 14 to 16, and they were outnumbered by hundreds. Here we go, play on words again. We have already established in the courtroom it was 200 to 300. One of the officers, the sheriff, said that he would need 500 officers to control the crowd that they have already said is 200 to 300 people. And now this guy says hundreds, they were outnumbered by hundreds. And that it was not a safe environment for the day. Tanasi, we go into cross-examination. Says that you were sent to set up a K-roll to assist the BLM. But you were never asked to assist in the cattle roundup. You were never asked to assist in the transportation of the cattle or the selling of the cattle. So why are they all of a sudden being asked for the K-rail setup? And then he's brought up the fact that he made a report 2 days later where he said he had a fear of accidental discharge. Not of these gentlemen pointing and shooting weapons, but accidental discharge. And if that happened, it could set the whole event off. Then he was asked, were the BLM there? His answer, I do not recall. How many? He said, yes, there was BLM. How many? I don't recall. Were National Park Service there? I don't recall. Was FBI there? I don't know. Was SWAT there? I don't know. How many Metro officers did you see? 10 to 12. Once again, what do we have? People who are already trained to say, if you don't want to answer the question, I don't recall, I don't know, is a perfectly good answer. We all know this from Dan Love. Dan Love's famous saying, if you don't want to answer the question, I don't recall, is a perfectly, absolutely good answer. So we go into cross-examination. We have been objected to pretty much all the way through this cross-examination. They are really trying to hide this information. Perez gets the pictures up and asks if you can show you where the bridge starts. He points out the fact that Todd Engel and Ricky Loveland aren't even on the bridge, and they are maybe 50 feet from the bridge. So that's pretty huge. He also shows that Ricky's drinking water. He's sitting on the barrier for a long amount of time. Marchese gets up. He shows Rick's truck and asks about the guys in military clothing, because he shows Ricky's truck that we know to have Steven Stewart and Scott Drexler in the back. Neither one of them are wearing military clothing, but this gentleman, he testifies that they are wearing military clothing. He says they have BDUs on, which means cargo pants is the way he got through that, and boots, and that's military clothing. Then he goes into individuals pointing weapons at the officer. Immediately there was a sidebar, it was objected to, it was sustained, and we don't know where he was going with that. He comes back in about the conversation between him and Todd and the fact that it had stopped. Then he brings up, once again on the video, he's done this twice now, he did it with the previous gentleman, the Park Service guy, and his pictures. He points out there's a white truck pulling something. There's another truck behind it. He points out probably 5 different vehicles. And he gives you a timeline based on the photos for those 5 vehicles and how far they're moving along through traffic. He does the exact same thing, linking those same 5 vehicles into the dash cam footage from Serena, showing that they're proving to me that there was not people pointing weapons on that bridge when Sergeant Serena started his way from the Wappa Valley station. So once again, there's multiple ways to prove that that is perjury. So he did a really good job. He talked about the fact that when Todd walked up to him, he asked if he was pointing his weapon over the barrier. He said he was, and that he immediately asked him what was going on, and that's when he pulled his weapon back down. He has not gotten through all of his cross-examination, so once again, we will come back to that tomorrow morning. We had to leave a little bit early because
if he doesn't check into the emergency
room.
If
he doesn't check into the emergency room tonight and not available for more cross-examination. You know, some of the things that people always say when they're coming down is they say things like, well, you know, I always knew you didn't exaggerate, but when you go up into the courtroom, you really get to see it for yourself. So what I would like to do now is I'd like to invite a few people that are here that witnessed in the courtroom today and maybe give their insight on what they saw. So first I'm going to ask Anthony. Anthony DeFew is here from the Idaho Political Prisoners Foundation.
How you doing?
Do you want to say something?
I think it's interesting that Gloria Navarro is able to help the prosecution by asking clarifying questions to jurors. I didn't see that in the last trial when we were here. That's definitely new, along with the juror questions, but I think that can play evenly into both sides. There's definitely a juror that's awake. There's at least one juror that is very, very awake and in tune with what's going on. That juror is asking questions several levels deep. That's encouraging. That's very promising that at least there's somebody that's able to think for themselves and able to look at this and see that there is a bigger picture and they're trying to get to the bottom of it. I do want to bring up something that Rich Tanasi did today. That's Stephen Stewart's lawyer. He introduced 3 elements of case law that show that in certain circumstances it is absolutely appropriate for circumstantial evidence to be admitted to someone's state of mind. Now, Gloria Navarro said, well, was that for the government to introduce circumstantial evidence or for a defendant? And he said in all 3 cases it was where the government was allowed to introduce circumstantial evidence to talk about the state of mind of somebody who is a defendant. The problem with this is that for the government to be able to introduce circumstantial evidence to talk to the state of mind of these defendants through some wrangling and some collusion with the government and the judiciary, these defendants are not allowed to introduce circumstantial evidence to talk to their state of mind. So an example of circumstantial evidence would be the governor of Nevada saying what is happening in Bunkerville is absolutely offensive. That would be circumstantial evidence that the defendants would say that was reason why I came to Bunkerville to protest. One of the reasons why, including the free speech zones and all the other reasons that these men got off their couch and came to protest. So in order for these men to enter their state of mind, because the government has wrangled in such a fashion that anything to state of mind is probably a veiled attempt at jury nullification. So what happens here is the government can introduce all the circumstantial evidence they want to say, these are a bunch of violent terrorists, they're a bunch of violent extremists. These men cannot turn around and introduce circumstantial evidence to say, I'm nothing of the sort, I'm just a protester. The only way that they can do this is to take the stand in their own defense, and it opens them up to cross-examination. And interestingly enough, when it came down to jury selection and the peremptory strikes, it was the government that brought up a case out of Kentucky called Batson. It was either Batson versus Kentucky or USA versus Batson. The name is Batson. And in that case, the government was racially profiling jurors. They were removing jurors based on race, and it was the government that did this. The government brought up Batson when the defense attorneys excused 8 male jurors and 8 female jurors. split right down the middle. The government cited Batson as a case to say that they were gender profiling the jury. So when it suits the government, they're able to bring up a case, Batson, which related specifically to government, profiling jurors, and they were able to turn around and use that against defense attorneys. But when it comes time for defense attorneys to need to be able to introduce circumstantial evidence, they are absolutely not able to do it. This gentleman's testimony, I wasn't there the last time that he was in trial, but from everything that we heard consistently, people are saying this man sang the praises of Todd Engel. That Todd Engel was a man who stood there, he had no issues, he was helpful, they slapped him on the back and shook his hand when he left. And today it's not the case. Today Todd was hostile. Today he wasn't very nice. Today he pointed a weapon over a bridge, over a barrier, and it's fundamentally different than the testimony that he gave allegedly the last time. So we're going to have to get some transcripts, we're going to have to look at it, and we're going to show you point by point that this guy's testimony is not consistent as it deals with these defendants. We've got...
Thank you, Anthony. Once again, that was Anthony DeFew from the Idaho Political Prisoners Foundation. And if you haven't checked out their website, it's a great place to go to see the motions. They post the motions that are filed. If you want to see the motion that is posted, the 20-page motion that is preventing them from getting their defense, you can go to the Idaho Political Prisoners Foundation.org, and it is on that website. We also have Josh Gibbons here from the Idaho Political Prisoners Foundation that's going to talk about what he saw today.
You know, really, I think everything's been covered, but there's really one thing I want to drill home. For Officer Shannon Serena, he stated that he rushed there and his mission changed, if you will. His mission changed to, we have officers who are having guns pointed at them. And the thing I really want to drill home with this is, when he got there on video, instead of being concerned about his brothers, he directed traffic. If this was really a volatile situation that was escalating, why did they continue to let traffic go through? Any responsible person who's not even involved in policing or anything like that would understand that if this is going to be an escalated situation, we need to stop traffic. We need to make sure that we get the people who are on the bridge off the bridge and keep it safe for everybody. That was not the case. So just remember, there is that million-dollar question. If it was an escalated situation where officers have those guns pointed at them, why are you directing traffic? That's really all I've got that I can add to it at this point. But just really think about that for a minute.
And on the heels of what Josh is saying here, if you sit in this courtroom and you listen to the testimony of these individuals, they are absolutely criminalizing the Second Amendment. This man comes and he says, I drove down the middle lane and there were people everywhere with assault rifles, and to this day I'm just rattled by what I did. And they had assault rifles, they were pointing at people. No, everybody there was lawfully armed. There was not a single citizen there that was not lawfully armed. They were there protesting. They only went over to that bridge because someone said they're going to shoot a bunch of protesters. People went to see what was going on. These police officers, they are scared of the Second Amendment. They are scared of people exercising their rights, and they are demonizing individuals who show up specifically for the purpose of protesting. We've been saying for over a year that this is a constitutional watershed. It absolutely is, because the people that are supposed to secure the blessings of liberty, the elements of government that are supposed to secure our rights, are the ones in this courtroom today testifying that the exercise of those rights, it's scary and it causes them to have fear. And it's absolutely, it is fundamentally wrong. And for anyone not to take interest in this, this is absolutely an assault on our right to exercise those rights, which are guaranteed by the Constitution. It's their job to protect those rights, and they don't. When they get up in a courtroom before a jury, they are criminalizing the exercise of our rights.
All right. So we also have Sherry Duvall here from Readout News. I'm going to give it over to Sherry to let her tell you what she thought about court today.
I only have a short update. I was asked to come down, and one of the first things I was asked to do was find out how exaggerated some of these reports are. And I can tell you they're not exaggerated. This trial is an assault on the Constitution, on your civil rights. It's not about cows, it's not about guns, it's about your civil rights. I've seen Judge Gloria Navarro completely wipe the floor with your civil rights today. She has totally twisted this trial to be what it should not be. And we're going to watch the entire trial. We're going to tell you everything that we can tell you about it. But I got to tell you, keep track of Andrea. She's doing an awesome job. She's not exaggerating. She's trying to give you the facts, and she's doing a great job at it.
Thank you so much, Sherry. All right, that's all we've got for you today. Please, like I said, call Nevada Highway Patrol and demand to know if it is policy for them to allow their officers to go in and commit perjury on the court. Commit perjury on we the people of the United States of America.
All right, we're gonna give it a second to let people get on. Today we had E.J. McEwen, cross-examination. He's the gentleman that brought in the aerial footage. He also testified that he saw people prone on the bridge. When I get in, we're right to jury questions. Jury question number 30. You testified you saw an individual prone and crouch in the crouched position. Did you message that to the ground and have people look into it? He said no, he did not see it at the time he was taking the video, which is what he testified to in the room. Number 31. Why did you not have a relief aircraft for when you went and fueled up? Because his recording stops midway, then they went to refuel, and then they come back. He said the leadership above advised that only one aircraft was needed, and he was told to deploy when he was told to deploy. The second part of 31, is it known if the defendants were on the ground in the wash or they were just on the bridges? He could not determine that. If on the bridge, could the BLM see them from their position? He couldn't, the judge wouldn't let him answer that either. He couldn't answer that. Tanasi gets back up for recross. When did you find out that they were in the crouching and prone position? He testifies that when reviewing the tape for this trial is when he found out, and it's for this trial, not the previous trial, for this trial, when he found out that they were in the crouching and prone position. Who was at that meeting? Well, the prosecution, there was many people, I don't know exactly. Was the FBI there? Yes. And then we bring in Alex Ellis. He is the gentleman that testified on Wednesday and then was not here Thursday so that we could cross-examine him. Before he gets up, Tanasi gets up and puts a motion in for circumstantial evidence. He said the government opened the door. They asked Alex Ellis what he thought the mood of the crowd was at the first rally on the 12th, and he says that opens them up to ask other questions about the state of mind. The judge says to him, you do not have any case, he cited some case law, you do not have any case that says the defense should rely on circumstantial evidence because they cannot call a defendant to testify. They're saying the prosecution can do this because they cannot force a defendant to testify. The defense cannot do this because they have to get on and open themselves to cross-examination to get that information in. This went on for some time with Myrie getting up and saying things like, well, just because we asked that question once does not open the door for anything unlimited. So that went on for some time. Let's see, at the very end, the judge just says, well, Tanasi gets up and says, it was not the mood of the crowd that was assessed, it was the mood of the crowd that was obsessed. So it opens the door. Myrie says it doesn't open the door to everything. The judge says, I've made my ruling and pull in the jury. So she is done hearing from them. Then we get to Alex Ellis's cross. Right then, the judge brings up another jury question that they asked if they didn't understand a word, could they Google it and look it up? And she said, no, you have to write it on a jury question and ask them. Then we go to Tanasi. So you were up on the northbound bridge, then you go down into the wash from the northbound bridge. A lot of back and forth about where his position was versus when Flynn was actually recording, because him and Flynn were in different positions at that time. He was asked, he pulled up a picture and asked about a Nevada Highway Patrol truck. There was an objection. This witness can't identify trucks. There's an objection where, are you just trying to identify what's in the video? Are you asking him what he's seen when he was there? Of course, he answers our great answer, I do not recall seeing that. Prior to his testimony last week, he met with 3 times with the U.S. Attorney's Office and twice with the FBI. And that's just prior to this testimony. Marchese went up there and he said, on the 12th, you went to Bunkerville. In your video, you identified Eric Parker. You said you saw him previously at the stage. And you said he had a weapon, but later you go in and they show you the pictures and he didn't actually have a weapon. He was unarmed. What made him stick out? Ellis says he was wearing a chest rig with magazines. He was then asked, well, others were wearing chest rigs. Yes, but others were dressed in camo, and you could tell that they were part of a group, and this gentleman was alone. So that's what made him stand out. He was asked about when the sheriff spoke about the BLM ceasing operations, Gold Butte being reopened, if he knew where Gold Butte was, which he didn't. He said lots of people were there. Did you see Eric Parker when you got to the parking spot? He said no. Most people were going to the northbound bridge. He asked, oh, you joined those people going to the northbound bridge. Were they walking or running? It was kind of a mixture. He was asked about when he went down into the wash, if he had his back to the bridge at times and back to the southbound bridge at times. That was yes. The judge then interrupts, when you and Flynn are separated, are you watching Flynn? She's covering her butt here. That question is purely to cover her butt because he should not be allowed to bring in the video if he is not with Flynn 100% of the time. So right here, she's trying to, they were getting those questions, well, are you with Flynn now? Are you not with Flynn now? Really getting it across to the jury that he wasn't with him 100% of the time, and this isn't what he's actually seeing. So the judge goes in and puts that question in just to make sure that she covers her butt. Leventhal then, you drove with Ellis in his car with Utah plates. Why did you go? There was an objection. He says, well, this goes to show bias. There was a sidebar, and of course that was sustained. He brings up the videos, points out long cameras. He says, did you see Mr. Drexler when you were at the rally? Ellis then says, yes, he did. He could tell because he was wearing a chest plate with magazines, circles Eric. Then the questions, like, obviously it's getting to the point where they're realizing that he didn't circle the right person. And he's like, oh, sorry, I got that confused. So he takes Eric off, and he circles Stephen Stewart. And he identifies him as Drexler. Then the judge says, well, do you know this person by first name? Once again, she's trying to cover the basis here for the prosecution. He says, no. There was an objection. They're not using Ellis to identify people. Leventhal, so when did you come to know the names of these people? And he said after he visited with the government. Okay. Let's see what else. Lots of going about through the videos, identifying people with cameras, identifying flags, identifying everything except for guns, and lots of camo. Then they brought in parts of the video where you see the BLM. He was asking things like, did you see these men from the northbound bridge? Yes, he did. Did you see him pointing weapons? He said no, he could not make it from where he was seeing. He was asked if the videos were in sequential order. Then he was asked, in this video, Mr. Flynn asked you to take a note, asking you to see if you can figure out what the BLM were saying. He states they were on a megaphone and it was hard to hear them because the crowd was being loud, and then it was brought out that the megaphone wasn't clear. Then we go into the jury questions. One of the jury questions, when you heard about the rally, did you go just to see it or to participate? And why did you record it? He said he went with Flynn and they recorded it because they were reporting on it. The next question, you were 17 at the time. Was this your first time in a crowd this large and with people with weapons? He said no, he had been to the shooting range before and things like that, but this was different. Another jury question. In government's Exhibit 11, you can hear Flynn saying, hit the ground if they start firing. What was your feeling at the time? He said yes, he was in fear that either side would start firing, so I thought that was good to at least get that added. And then the last jury question was, please label the bridges, southbound versus northbound, when there's only one in the picture, so they can identify what exactly they're looking at. What we have here is the jury is starting to see that there is stuff being hidden. He tried to identify Drexler at first as Eric Parker, then as Stephen Stewart. They're seeing that the witnesses are being told things by the government. Twice today, the aerial footage guy testified that he saw something when he did not know it was there until the government and the prosecution brought it up to him before he was to testify in court upstairs. Then we have Alex Ellis, who tries to identify people the government's trying to get, pointing people out on the screen and telling them who it is, and he's supposed to testify to that in court. This is not a fair trial. This is complete railroading. What they're doing inside is crazy. Thank goodness that there's jury questions, and some of this can be brought to light because obviously after what we've heard today, both of these witnesses had met with the U.S. Attorney's Office and had met with the FBI more than twice each group to show them what they needed to testify on. If you have to be shown what you need to testify on, that is not your testimony. We are going back in with a new witness, and we will have an end-of-day update. Thank you all. I do want to mention a couple other things. We've got some new people here. Sherry Duvall from Readout News is in the courtroom today. Thank you, Sherry, for coming. We also have a gentleman from, is it South Dakota? Yep. He traveled a long way to be here today, so we appreciate that. We appreciate everyone who... All right, so here we are. The end of the day today. We started out the day, we were supposed to go into cross-examination of Alex Ellis. He apparently checked into the urgent care and was unavailable. So we cannot cross-examine him, and it looks like we'll be waiting until Monday to get to cross-examination with him. So then we go into Terry Petrie. He's an attorney with the ENR. He handles environmental litigation. This has been a really boring day. We've had jurors falling asleep. First guy goes through all the litigation, and they bring up all the court orders, the 1998 court order, multiple court orders. I mean, I'm not going to go into that. It's totally boring. So some of the jury questions. Why was there such a large gap in time between court orders? Now, once again, here we have a lawyer in the courtroom explaining things to the jury. This guy, he says he glimpsed some concern from the government, believing they could successfully remove the cattle. Government in 2011 took interest in the Bundy cattle and land again. So, and that's a shorter version of his long rambling on that's trying to make people ignore. Did Bundy continue filing from 99 to 2012? The answer was yes. Were the legal proceedings between Cliven and the government? Yes. The next jury question, does the U.S. government ever allow grazing rights on U.S. land? The answer is yes. Did the land that Cliven's cattle were on permit grazing? The land that the Bunkerville allotment has been removed from grazing purposes. That was huge. That was brought out by the jury, saying that initially Cliven had the rights to that land, but if he was to pay all of his bills like they're saying, he wouldn't be able to graze on it anyways because they've closed it down. The next one, check was sent to the wrong department. Meaning they talked about the check that was sent to the county, and he said, couldn't it have been sent to the correct department? The guy said yes. Then the judge said, could the BLM have cashed a check to Clark County? And that was no. So she interrupted that, because she didn't like the answer to that question. Does an order to Bundy apply to Cliven only or his sons as well? He didn't really know how to answer that. The other question, how does BLM know all the cattle belong to Mr. Bundy? The brand. Are the allotments defined by fences or are they open range? What transpired between 1998 and 2013 to reactivate the government's action on removing Cliven's cattle from the land? He couldn't really answer that either. A lot of roundabout answers of things he doesn't even have the answer to. This is a concerning question. Why would the defendants want to get involved with people who are breaking the law and the cattle and grazing cattle in that area? He couldn't answer that. Next one was Stephen Lure's question, the court order did not apply to Stephen Stewart. I believe the answer was yes. If he had paid the fees, would the cattle have not been trespassed? I don't know that they answered that one. Tanasi went back and asked in 2011 what was the event that re-triggered the government's interest in cattle's land and the removing the cattle, and so he couldn't answer that. The next one, all court orders affect during appeals. The judge will answer this question, and she says yes, unless there is a stay put forth. A stay is like a pause button. So even though he's got court orders and he's appealing them for all those times, it doesn't matter because it still doesn't go to it. So the next we have Gus War. He is a BLM. He works for the BLM, but he is not a law enforcement, is the way he's putting this. This gentleman is a wild horse and burro specialist. He is constantly involved in bringing the horses and the burros together, and we all know how they treat those animals. So he was in charge of hiring the people, the contractors to do the cattle, and he was in charge of the impoundment, the gather at the impoundment. Talks a lot about the brand inspections being done, and that as soon as that's done, the cows belong to the federal government. That he was in charge and care of them and until they were sold at the stock house. He entered pictures of cattle in the pens with tags that are glued on them, showing that after the brand inspection, they now belong to the federal government. He talked about how they had decided to cease operations on the 11th, but that just meant that to get the new cattle, and that he had sent all the other civilians home in his group, and then he was to stay there to take care of the cattle until they were sold. That he had hay arrive so that he could take care of them the entire time. He said on the 12th he had binoculars and he could see groups of individuals gathering at the road around him and the other civilians. He said, we were civilians huddled in a trailer. They got a call that they had to huddle in a trailer. He had radio correspondence and could hear what was going on. He claims protesters were on the ridge north of the I-15 on the ridges to the east and the west of the ICP. We all know from trial last time those were actual snipers, BLM, and Park Service snipers, not protesters. But this gentleman from inside the trailer, he was in fear for his life, and he was in fear and told that that's exactly what it was. Tanasi gets up and says, on April 11th, did you order the helicopter to shut down at 10:30 a.m. on the 11th to cease the impound operation? He said yes. He asked about the threat level increase on the morning of the 11th, that he sent the crew home, but nothing occurred. On the morning of the 12th, he testified he saw people gathering, and he was the only civilian, but he said him and a group of civilians. Okay, so back to the jury questions. What happened to the non-Bundy branded cattle? They were still on site with the rest of the cattle, but in a different pen. What was your chain of command? He reports to a law enforcement person, so he's not, once again, he's not going to say Dan Love, but he pretty much says he reports to Dan Love. What was the basis of your concern on the 12th? He said the Wild West is gone and he had weapons. So he said the people had guns, but I think one of the jury questions were that all cowboys carry guns, so what's the problem with that? And his answer was the Wild West is long gone and he was the only civilian that had weapons and everyone came around him. Would Bundy have received any money from the sale of the cattle? The answer was no. Did you receive any verbal or written threats? He tried to go into a long narrative here about how other people possibly, and then it was said no, he said no. How are the boundaries written between public and NPS and private lands? They went through a long discussion about this, about laws. Then it was also restated whether there's fences or not. He said we had maps on our phones. You stated several times that you were evacuated out of the north and were in fear of your life and scared at different times. He went through this, said he was in fear of his life, the two-part. Since the cattle were released from the pens, does the government consider them stolen? The judge said she'll answer that at the end of the trial during when she talks about the law. When the cattle are transported, do they have to have a number? Yes, that he goes through the brand instructions again. Tanasi gets back up for recross. On the 12th, you said you had no fear and were scared and you didn't want to get into a gunfight. You were interviewed by Kent Clayman, And in that interview, you did not tell him. This was objected to because it wasn't his actual report. It was someone that did an interview with him and reported on, so we couldn't use it to perjure him because he did not speak of his fear during that time. He had 3 visits with the FBI, 3 visits with the U.S. Attorney's Office. Then we bring in Special Agent Earl McEwen. He was the gentleman that was operating the camera inside the plane. This I have a lot of issues with. You know, he was the first witness last trial. They have cut up and are skipping around. They're not going to play the whole boring thing. It doesn't matter. Jury members are still falling asleep. We had another juror fall asleep today and had to go out, and the judge said she was going to let him raise her hands, possibly take more breaks. Then the judge herself in court, you know, I've been having a problem with this bowl of candy. This bowl of candy that showed up as soon as we started doing sidebars, and that was being negative. So today the judge says she was complaining that the jury was taking candy as they were leaving just to us in the courtroom. And so when the jury comes back, she said, well, I put the bowl of candy there to help with people falling asleep. So when you come in, feel free to take a piece of candy. Just don't grab candy on the way out, so it diminishes the effect. She said, maybe we can train you to get excited to be here. Maybe we could train you to be excited to be here. What in the hell is going on here? The judge just said she's trying to train the jury. She is working on the jury. Do you know what else happened today? All the jury members are wearing green. Were they given a memo that somebody else wasn't given? What is going on here? I believe that there is jury tampering going on from the judge herself. And the court, there's something going on here. I don't see how almost 12 people, there was maybe 3 people that didn't have green on. You know, some people had green skirt, you know, everyone was green shirts, green things, you know. So what's going on? And the other thing is we've got barely any people left in the courtroom. I think, you know, we did have a lovely couple, we had a lovely group come down. They were coming back from their vacation and decided to stop and say hi, and I truly appreciate it. They were coming from California on the way to Arizona. We had a great talk. You know, the more I do this and the more I get into this, the more I hear of other people that have been railroaded by this exact same system that's doing this. I talked about how inside they're not letting us have our defense. She talked about she had family litigations where she was going to testify, the person was not guilty, and she could prove that, and she was going to testify, but they went to the family member and said, if you go in and if she goes in and testifies, we're going to prosecute her and make sure she serves 5 years. And so then they cut off all communications between the prisoner and family, and she wasn't able to help that person. This is the kind of issues that we have with our federal system, when there's no checks and balances, where they can go unchecked. What I would like to see is, I'd like to see someone get in here and figure out if it's legal that they can just train the jury to like to be there with candy. Are we children? If they can give out flyers and say, hey, everyone should wear green today because it causes camaraderie, right? That's what it's about. It's not about making sure the jury votes one way or the other. It's about camaraderie, right? So the only other thing is this special agent, Earl McEwen, we didn't get into cross-examination. They cut all of his videos, all of his aerial photos up like crazy. And in this one, he actually says that he sees a person lying prone facing the north direction. 2 times does he circle areas where you can see on the bridge. At the time and last time, he did not mention that at all. I'm sure it's not in his report. It's something that he found after the fact and is throwing in here. The first couple times that they were saying it, you couldn't even see it on the screen. The last time they pointed out, you could barely tell at all. So I would like to know is, I hope these people can sleep at night with what they're doing. And I'd like you to know that your federal government is not out here to help you or support you. They are out here to help big corporations like CCA and the other corporations that want the land and want to make money off the people, and that's what they're here for. I wouldn't be surprised if the judge upstairs is getting a hefty little check, a hefty little bonus from all of this. So that's pretty much all I have today. We'll maybe get, I know a lot of people are packing up right now, but maybe we'll see, kind of do a sweep. What did you think about today in court? Hello.
It was like an ant farm. That's what we watched, an ant farm. It was, you couldn't tell who anybody was. I don't know if they're trying to imply that the three on the bridge were maybe Eric and Ricky and Steven. You can't see anything. It looks like you're just watching a giant ant farm. And like Andrea said, we have our trick-or-treat bowl up there, so the jurors can be happy with their trick-or-treat bowl. That's about it.
Over here we have the lovely ladies helping David pack up. David travels over an hour every day to get here to bring everything. And I'm so appreciative of him and the people that help him get out of here every day. I can tell you that the ant farm thing last time, I want to say it lasted 2 days the last time. This time it was not even half a day, so that's how cut up it is. I hope the lawyers are able to bring more of it in, because there was good stuff. You know what else they cut out? They cut out the park service. They cut out all those vehicles. The only time they showed the BLM in those vehicles is when there was only 3 left right before they backed out. So they are really trying to create a narrative here, and they're getting away with it. What are we going to do about it, America? Remember, if we don't stand together, we shall surely hang separately.
There used to be a graying tower alone on the sea. You became the light on the dark side.